Yeah, you know, that radiation.
to call the Town Council meeting of September 20th to order. Krista,
Yes, sir.
are we in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we are.
Could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Harkins?
Here.
Mr. Ames?
Here.
Mrs. Becker?
Here.
Mr. Lennox?
Here.
Mr. Stanford?
Here.
Mayor McCann?
Here.
All are present, sir.
Thank you. Could you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today's invocation will be given by Chaplain Glenn Neef.
In the attitude of prayer, let us focus on our gratitude as we look to God's mercy and help. Most merciful God, we are so grateful for Hilton Head Island, our home. Daily we enjoy the beauty of our surroundings, the beaches, the waterways, yes, even the peacefulness of our unique location. We are grateful to those who are drawn to this beautiful land and area to join our community, and for those who come and create a visit for us. Father, in thy spirit of hospitality, we welcome new people to our blessed world. Dear God, I am grateful for this body of leaders, our town council, who dedicate themselves and their duty to the welfare of others and our community. This meeting today, as it is with every meeting of the town councils, is a step into the future for our loved island. May we never forget the value and the necessity of your guidance and counsel in our town council's work as they address the needs of our people and our community area as a whole. We pray for your continued blessings of the joys of discovery, of wisdom and protection, for the love and kindness of one another, all because you care for each of us. Now bless specifically this time spent today, guiding us with confidence on the path that you have set before us. For it is with grateful hearts, God, that we give you thanks. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain.
Thank you, Pastor.
Well, I'm glad you're all here this afternoon, and I appreciate the county council members that are here. Welcome. And we always welcome the sheriff here. Sheriff Tanner, welcome. Mr. Mark?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the community. First item, Senator Tom Davis is with us today, and he will provide an update on the green space sales tax referendum. Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando. Thank you, members of council. I think I've been before you guys before we got this enacted by county council. I kind of briefed you on an initiative I had at the legislature that would give the county the authority to submit to the voters for approval a sales tax, commonly referred to as the penny sale tax, although you can use, fractions of a penny, for the purpose of acquiring open space and green space. And as a practical matter, the way that it would work and the way that county council discussed it working would be to have the sales tax be in place for a period of 2 years, commencing, I think 3 or 4 months after the referendum itself. I think it would be in April or May is when the sales tax would start. It would then run for a period of 2 years or until the sum of $100 million was collected, whichever earlier occurs. What the county would do, what they said they would do, and I think it's reasonable, is if that was approved by the voters, they would immediately go into the bond market and they would issue $100 million worth of bonds. So they'd get $100 million in their possession right away. And then that $100 million would then be amortized over a period of 2 years as the sales tax was collected. The purposes for which that $100 million could be employed will be to acquire fee simple title to open space, green space, conservation land, conservation easement, development rights. The reason development rights was added in the statute as an investment option is because a lot of areas, particularly in southern Beaufort County, and even more particularly in Bluffton, about 90% of the town of Bluffton is already covered by development agreements and plan unit development agreements, so the rights are vested. So it may be that as part of these strategies, they may want to purchase development rights to buy down density. So that's why it was added. The language in here was encompassing to allow the county to have great latitude. They will be restricted, however, by a citizens advisory committee that will oversee the procurement that they recommend. There is also a requirement in the statute that the dollars be expended in an equitable way throughout the county. And then I'll wrap up my comments by saying this, that the reason why I authored this legislation in the General Assembly and then advocated for its passage by Beaufort County Council to submit to the voters this November is because I think we are at an existential tipping point in Beaufort County. If we simply allow everything that's already been approved, rights that have been vested, rights that are on the books, to be built, we will more than double the number of rooftops in southern Beaufort County. The constraints that will place on our roads, the impact that will have on our estuarine system, our rivers, our marshes. I saw what happened in Maryland, where I grew up, with the Chesapeake Bay and what development did to the Chesapeake Bay. And they're spending hundreds of billions of dollars now trying to capture what they once had, and they'll never quite get it back. We still have a window of opportunity here to do something in Beaufort County to prevent that from happening. And I think most people came here. I certainly came here, and I think most people came here, if they are come-heres, because of the natural beauty of this place, because it is special. And especially the people that are from here, the from-heres, they want to preserve and keep the thing that makes this place special as well. So this is the only county in the state that is doing this. It's a brand new law. It was signed by Governor McMaster in May. Beaufort County is, in one sense, a pilot program. We'll be demonstrating to the rest of the state how you can take your destiny into your hands. Some have said to me, and I've been out there on the hustings kind of making the case for this, some have argued that this is not a good time to be imposing a sales tax, given the economic conditions that we're under, and I get that. What I would say, though, in mitigation to that would be the sales tax would not apply to the most regressive taxes. It would not apply to groceries. It would not apply to gasoline. It would not apply to medicine. However, it would apply to other things that are sold. So it is in some nature regressive in nature. And so I get the arguments in opposition. I would simply argue that the benefits in this case far outweigh those negative points. Beaufort County has an opportunity to put itself forward as a model of how you can have growth, how you can have development, how you can have high-paying jobs, and at the same time preserve and maintain and protect what you have. I'm going to spend the next month and a half making the case for this. I hope it's something that this council would consider supporting. Beaufort County voters have in the past, through other referendums, supported more modest programs like the Rural and Critical Lands Program. I think in one instance it was a $75 million bond, another was $50 million. Voluntarily imposing property taxes on themselves to amortize that debt. Those referendums passed with 72, 73, 74% of the vote. So most people in Beaufort County understand this and get this. I recognize that it's an uphill battle. It always is when you're talking about an additional tax, particularly in this economic climate. But I do think there's a good case to be made, and there's a lot of people that'll be making that case. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about it. It's fairly straightforward. The dollars would be expended not just in the county, but also within municipalities. Just simply because it's a county-initiated process doesn't mean that the dollars are only expended in the county. It also has to be in municipalities, and actually, in the language of the statute, equitably distributed throughout the county.
Any question, members of the council? Bill?
Yes, thank you, Senator Davis. I have 3 questions.
Sure.
One is, how is value determined? The second question is, when there's conflict between the seller and the potential buyer, how is that resolved? And third, what would be the criteria used to make sure we on Hilton Head would get a fair shake? Having said all those questions, in principle,
Sure.
I'm a favor.
Well, you know, the first two, I think I can, and remind me, say the first one again.
How is value determined?
And the first and second one, I'll answer the same way. It's a willing buyer, willing seller context, okay? So this isn't a $100 million war chest for the county then to use for eminent domain purposes, okay? So you're going to have to go into the market. You're going to have to talk to landowners. You're going to have to talk to developers. You're going to have to negotiate prices, and you're going to have to arrive upon a price that a buyer and the seller agree upon. So it's going to vary, I guess, given the context. You know, there are going to be some strategies, I think, where purchasing tracts of land to prevent any development would make sense. If you're in watershed areas, or if you're in an area that clearly is going to have ancillary effects downstream, you might want to purchase conservation easements or fee simple title. There may be other areas, I use Bluffton as an example, where you've got existing development agreements that have certain densities allowed. Maybe the better strategy in those cases would be buying those densities up so that it's developed in a less intensive way. In terms of process, the statute requires Beaufort County Council to publish in the newspaper the process whereby they'll go about making these assessments, meaning what advisory groups are they going to listen to? Are they going to use the intellectual apparatus that's in place of the rural and critical lands? Are they going to listen to the Coastal Conservation League? Are they going to look at green prints or green footprints that have been developed by Department of Natural Resources that identify the vulnerable areas? County Council, I think, gave first reading to what that process might look like last Monday. So they will, I think, if in due course, second and third reading, they will have in a month's time a detailed layout of the process they have to follow in expending that $100 million. Now, let me say this. It doesn't have to be spent in its entirety within that two-year window. The two-year window is to raise the monies necessary to amortize the bonds. The $100 million itself, the $100 million that you get, there is not a constraint in the statute saying that you've got to spend all that money within 2 years, okay? Obviously, I think there's some urgency here because development's occurring. You see large tracts of land being clear-cut. So I do think that whatever the county puts in place, they do need to act with a degree of urgency because of what we're seeing right now. The third question was in regard to making sure there's an equitable allocation to Hilton Head. The statute itself requires that there be an equitable expenditure of those dollars throughout the county. And there is a citizens group that is appointed to oversee and to make sure that the county abides by that. So your remedy in the event that they were spending all the money in a certain part of the county to the exclusion of Hilton Head, you would have the ability to file a complaint with the Department of Revenue because they're the ones that are monitoring this.
Thank you.
Before we go to the second question, Angie, do we have any extra seats around? Yes, if you could, I'd appreciate it. Glenn?
Thank you. Senator, thank you so much for your presentation and for all the work you do for us here in Beaufort County. I have some experience with land conservation, and I have experience with bond referendums as well. And I have found that, yes, indeed, the citizens of Beaufort County support land conservation measures. My concern here is the appearance of duplication between this and the Rural and Critical Lands Program, one, and then two, I appreciate you being here to educate us and to tell us what it's about, but I don't see a broader education program ongoing, and I think it's vital to have that so that the citizens of the county understand what they're voting for.
Yeah, in regard to that latter, Mr. Stanford, you're going to see, and my calendar for the next 6 to 7 weeks has been filled up with speaking engagements to civic groups, POAs, any group I can get before. I think you're seeing slide decks and PowerPoints being prepared. You've got, other advocacy groups like the Conservation Voters of South Carolina, the Coastal Conservation League. They will be taking the field to explain this, because you're right. Anytime you ask the citizens to improve something, you got to make the case affirmatively for it. And the burden is upon us to make that case. Right. Now, in regard to whether it's duplicative of what the Rural and Critical Lands does, I would simply say that, I wanted more than $100 million, quite frankly. I was wanting to be more aggressive. I wanted to go over 5 to 6 years and to have enough money raised to amortize $500 million worth of bonds. Because personally, I think that's the kind of scale that's going to be necessary if we're actually going to make a difference. So, to me, given the funds that we're talking about, we're not talking about duplication. You're just talking about, instead of having the funds that are available that Rural and Critical Lands, and I think they have about 15 to 20 million. Jesse, how much is left in Rural and Critical Lands now?
I think that's about right.
So it's stacked on top of that, right? So it just allows you to set aside more space for conservation. So it's not duplicative. You're not buying the same land twice.
No.
You're just creating a different revenue stream with which to accomplish the same objective.
I love the conservation goals, and I certainly hope the voters approve it. Thank you.
One other thing I should point out is unlike a lot of referendums that are submitted to the voters for approval, where you have a long list of projects that are going to be funded so that the public knows where the money's going, that's not possible in this case, because to Mr. Harkin's point, you don't know what land is going to be acquired. You don't know yet. It depends on what you're able to negotiate out there in the marketplace. And so in recognition of that, we set up this citizen monitoring group to make sure that the dollars are expended equitably. Okay, so that's why this is a little bit more stringent in terms of oversight than a typical local option sales tax, which lists all the projects. The second thing I would say is it allows, it doesn't require, but allows a county to purchase open space for conservation purposes outside the county boundaries. The reason that's important is because a lot of our headwaters are in Jasper County, and if you want to have a material impact on the rivers in Beaufort County, you've got to go to the headwaters where the source is. So it'll be up to the county council to decide whether to do that, but the statute allows them to. And that's because regionally is how we have to address this issue. And I know that Jasper County is thinking about doing something along these lines as well. They can't do it at the scale we can in Beaufort County. They just simply don't have the sales tax revenue that would amortize the bonds that are necessary.
Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome. Glad you're here.
You. Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate hearing about this referendum again. As someone who is strongly opposed to overdevelopment and looking for ways that we can create a more sensible plan here on Hilton Head, I wholeheartedly support what you're doing. I think that it's in the best interest of Hilton Head, that when we look at the outside regions, which we see the development that's going on and the impacts that that can have on our island and our quality of life for the residents, it makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Becker.
Alex?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Davis, for being here. Thank you for all that you do. I am definitely in favor of this direction. I agree with Councilman Stanford as far as the educational piece. I think that we all have to play our part in that. I'm keenly interested in the developmental right portion of the acquisitions. Will the statute prohibit those rights from being used elsewhere, or will there be enough latitude there to where we could maybe transfer developmental rights in areas that we may need some help? I'm kind of thinking about the housing initiative as far as affordability within the county. Is there any?
The language of the statute speaks in terms of decreasing overall densities, and it really is predicated upon these densities occurring in an environment that can't support it. So I think, if what you're asking me is, could you purchase land and then adaptively reuse it for a less intensive purpose, I don't think so. I do think there's an argument to be made that the quarter point that you guys charge on the sale of real property, that those funds, I think there is a reasonable argument to be made that those revenues, if you wanted to use it to purchase develop property, and then were you to employ that property in a less intensive way, but that's an ordinance issue. That's construing an ordinance. This statute doesn't give that sort of latitude. Now that's something we can certainly talk about going forward. And I know on your agenda, and something that you're intensely interested in, I know Mr. Lennox is as well, is affordable housing and what we can do to promote that. I think there are a number of things that we can do, and I'm willing to work with you on. One of them being loosening the restrictions on A-tax and H-tax dollars, so that you can use them. If town council wants to use them for purposes other than DMO or tourism or destination-oriented things, you ought to have that flexibility. To me, if you're consistent with home rule, you ought to be giving latitude to localities to use that money. But I think that's probably the more feasible way of generating a revenue stream, amending the statutes in regard to A-tax and H-tax than this green space ordinance.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lennox?
Tom, I think the challenge won't be with acquiring land fee simple. We've got quite a track record of the ability to do that. I think the challenge will come in purchasing density.
Yeah.
And that's a new road to hoe. And putting the appropriate value on density rights is something that may be really difficult to do. So I think as we go forward at the county level, that's something to think about, because we can't spend $100 million buying land. Where we're going to spend that money is buying density rights.
Yeah, and you make a great point in that a program like this, where you're purchasing up open space, large tracts of lands, acquiring conservation easements, buying down densities, it's only going to work if there's an agreement by the municipalities and the county that you're not going to continue creating supply by bringing more development agreements and PUDs on the books, right? Because on the one hand, you're taxing the citizens to buy up densities, and on the other hand, you're granting new densities. So there's got to be a commensurate agreement among the municipalities and the counties that they got to stop with this headlong rush to create more densities. I mean, otherwise it's not workable. The only reason I added development, because you're right, typically with rural and critical lands, you're talking about buying up open space and land. Our problem is that land has already been assigned vested rights, vested development rights.
It's under a development agreement.
It's right. And so the only way you can tackle it in that context, because they're vested rights, you can't take it away without just compensation. That's why that was added in here as a tool to be considered by Beaufort County.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
David?
I fully support what you're trying to do. I think it's one more way that we can get development in our region under control. I think environmentally it's important as well, so thank you. And I'd also like to thank you for your leadership and willingness to help in the terms of the A-tax and also hospitality tax as you see fit. Thank you very much.
Well, that's, and I'll drop those bills, but that's going to be an area where the other side takes the field, right? Because there's a parochial interest in those dollars by certain stakeholders. I was talking with the mayor of Myrtle Beach, and she wants to do this as well. She also wants to loosen up the restrictions on those dollars because they have flood mitigation problems up there. So you got allies in this effort, but there's also going to be those taking the field on the other side.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
One quick. Senator, relative to A-tax, you're implying that there may be some flexibility of thought in terms of expanded use of A-tax to housing. What do you need from us so you feel that we're behind that?
I think what would be useful, and I had this conversation with some other members of council offline, I think it would be useful for a resolution to be passed in support of loosening those restrictions, working with the municipal association maybe on a template that could then be adopted by other municipalities as well, so that when session begins in January, you've already got all of these resolutions from municipalities. I think we're primarily talking about municipalities here, in support of this, and that I think would be a constructive thing to do to move this thing forward.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
To that point, we talk a lot during our a strategic planning workshop on this particular topic, and we know that we have to find revenue sources, okay? And since we do have a team working with Mr. Orlando on this topic, I would just respectfully ask that we add the resolution request that Senator Davis is putting in for us for consideration.
And I think to that point, Mr. Brown, a resolution, if you wanted to, should also consider requesting that the state set aside a greater amount of LIHTC tax credits that can be coupled with the federal tax credits, because I think right now it's at 20 million, I believe. You really need to get to $50 million in order to motivate developers to go ahead and develop affordable housing. You don't have those tax credits, they're going to go a different direction. So there's a range of things, and you guys are to be commended at the local level for your trust fund. I think that's huge. And then I think this is another area where we can kind of show an example of how do you address this workforce affordable housing. I kind of use those two terms interchangeably, although I know they're different. But I think a combination of increasing the state LIHTC credits for 4% and 9% affordable housing, more latitude with A-tax and H-tax dollars. I think those two are the main things we can do at the legislative level in Columbia.
Thank you, Senator Davis. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mayor McCann.
Mr. Orlando, back to you.
Next program, Missy Lewick is here. She's our community planning manager. Mayor and Council, you remember several months ago you put in place a home safety and repair program and a sewer connection program. Both of those programs were primarily initially funded from the American Rescue Plan Act. That was federal grant monies as a COVID recovery program. So you pledged $400,000 into home repair, and you pledged $200,000 into sewer connection. And Missy is here to give a quick update on how great these programs are going. Thanks, Missy.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Mr. Orlando, Missy Lewick, Community Program Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update on these two public assistance programs. Just an update, what was published in the packet were two program updates through August 26th, and what was passed out in front of you today was the program activity through today's date. It's also on the table behind me near the door with the program updates through today. So to start with the home safety and repair program, that's an assistance program it's an income qualified program for home safety and repair up to $15,000 per homeowner. And it covers repairs to keep a home safe and dry, demolition of an unsafe structure, as well as hazardous tree removal. We have had an enormous activity with this program. We've had 76 applications received. Of those, 47 of them have been approved already, and we have several that are still under review. So we've had an enormous activity with the program. We have not yet sought contractor bidding yet, which is the next thing I'm going to update on. We are still seeking contractors to help us get into these homes and make these repairs. So we are seeking qualified contractors to do the work, to come into the homes. And so we're looking for general contractors and carpenters and electricians and plumbers to help us do this work in homes that very much need the assistance. I'm the point of contact for the applicants for both the sewer connection program, the home safety repair program, as well as the contractors, so they can come through community development to me, and I can help get them in the queue so we can execute that program as well. To move on to the sewer connection program, we've received 8 applications for that program. And we're working through with PSD to get those lines installed. That is a cooperative program that we're working with Deepwell on. And I just wanted to take the opportunity real quick to read an email that I got from Sandy Gillis, Executive Director of Deepwell, who's helping us with the administration of the program. And this was dated a couple weeks ago, so the numbers are greater than what's included in this update. But she wrote, since the town sewer program funded by ARPA dollars went live in July, here's what we've seen from an application activity. 7 completed town of Hilton Head sewer applications, 1 of them from an applicant that was denied by Project Safe due to high income, as well as renters who are not eligible to apply for Project Safe. as well as 8 completed Project Safe applications. And so a total of 15 completed applications in less than a 60-day window, which is well ahead of the activity that Deep Well sees. And clearly, the program that the town created has addressed the loophole with that Project Safe didn't support renters, and the town's program was. Sandy adds that this is a win-win, and many more applications have been picked up from their office, and so more applications will be on the way very soon. And I think that summarizes really the great effort of both programs, which are collaborative programs and are making an impact in the community to make these critical improvements. That's all I have, if there are any questions from any of you.
Any questions, members of council? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to just make one comment. This program really speaks to community wellness, but on a side note, I want to thank Missy personally, because when folks are in need, there needs to be a certain level of comfort and trust as far as having conversations, okay? And you've done a bang-up job with being there for folks. I really appreciate the hard work that you put into this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lando?
Great job, Missy. Next up, Ms. Sherry Mendrick, our floodplain administrator, there you are, to give a 2022 annual report on our community rating system program. Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando, and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. For the record, I'm Sherry Mendrick, the town's floodplain administrator. Both items E and F are mine, so if it's okay, I'd like to touch both on the same time. Item E is the annual evaluation of the program for public information, and item F is the update for the Low Country Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan. Both updates are required to be presented to Town Council annually for continued participation in the town's community rating system. Our participation in this program gets all of our citizens a 25% discount on their flood insurance premiums, and the updated documents are included in your agenda package. At this time, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
I know you do.
Thank you.
She has Alex, you know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alex.
How are you? I've been abreast of South Carolina Environmental Control having roundtables around environmental social justice, okay? And I understand that there are a lot of monies in that arena. Just curious to know if you've tapped into that to any degree so that we can start to think about long-term planning for mitigation when it comes to flooding on Hilton Head.
Yes, there is a new initiative that we have actually included in our program for public information. Actually, you and I had attended the meeting out at St. Helena Island about some new up-and-coming FEMA program changes. So we are working through that process at the next Gullah Geechee Task Force meeting, not the next one, but the one in November. We're going to start evolving that program and bringing that to our community.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Jeff Buckalow, Town Engineer. Hi, Jeff. To give an update on the Cross Island Parkway, on that project as it advances. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. I'm going to give a brief update on this project. This is a DOT project, and I wanted some visuals up here to help you refresh your memory as what's out there and what's going on. DOT project, APAC is the contractor. It was a design build. Infrastructure Consulting Engineers is the design engineer of record. Picture of the toll booths in the administrative building. The town is going to take possession of that building after the project. We've been working with the DOT for a few years on that. Here's a picture mid-progress in construction. They started in March. They had hoped to start earlier, but that's where we landed. Here's a visual image of the before. You see 9 lanes. You see all of the asphalt. You see the street lights along the side. Here's a rendition of the after. 4 lanes. You see the lights are gone. You see they're going to stabilize and put back what they need to do is stabilize the earth. I want to mention this will be part of the corridor project for Palmetto Bay Road. We've extended the limits up to Marshland Road on the Cross Island Parkway. So after the state's completed their toll booth removal, the pavement resurfacing, et cetera, we will bring our design team in to look at what we want to advance up the corridor up to Marshland Road. And I wanted to bring these images and this to your attention. There's overhead street lights there. They were put there for the purpose of safety as you approach the toll booths. Those are to be removed. I understand from the DOT, they had looked at bringing those to Charleston and trying to repurpose them on another project. They don't meet current standards, they said. So I know there were some queries early on about, will those lights remain, would they serve a function, et cetera. But the DOT has informed us that they would be removing those. Here's some more for your visual appreciation. And there you go. And one other thing, if I may just bring it up, I know there's probably a lot of interest in the room. The red segments there are resurfacing that's going to take place by the DOT. APAC, the same contractor that is doing the toll booth removal, will be doing that. They have to be finished by June of 2023. And so what I hear today is that they will start after the new year. So the completion date on the Cross Island is they'll be finished with paving operations by the end of October and substantial completion by the end of November. And you see that green segment down there, that is a phase that is out to bid right now. That will be a future phase. Of course, I think we'd like them all to do it all at one time, but that's how the DOT is going to prosecute that work.
Any questions for Jeff?
Jeff, what's the expected useful life for the new paving?
The Cross Island should be 15 years. I'll confirm that with the DOT. Mm-hmm. But for the section they've added out there, they have, where they're milling and building back, they milled 4 inches in one direction and paved 5. They milled 3 and paved 4 in the other. And then we're going to put 2 inches of a new surface course on top of that. So in the end, we will have 3 more inches of structure and life on that pavement. But yeah, I'll look into that and confirm what they believe the life expectancy to be.
Jamie?
No questions. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, what is the process for measuring the depth of the paving? I've heard some questions about, are they putting down enough asphalt? And
yeah, there is a company that is monitoring and inspecting the job for the DOT, and they take corings. When the asphalt's placed, they're doing measurements, et cetera. They'll do corings afterwards. But all of that is being inspected and monitored for the DOT.
And you're comfortable with the way that process is going?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members of council? Alex? Thank you very much, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Reports by members of town council. Transportation system, Councilman Stanford.
There's been no meeting since our last council meeting, sir.
Report of the Low Country Council of Governments.
We have a meeting later this week, so no report right now.
Thank you. The reports of the Southern Low Country Regional Board.
Thank you, Mayor. SLOCO met on August 23rd and celebrated their 5 years of existence. And we had presentations from Tom Davis and other local delegation. In addition, there was a lot of discussion about the proposed MOU between the municipalities, Jasper County and Beaufort County, for the Regional Housing Trust Fund, which is an agenda item today. One other general comment, Mayor. Last week, the MASC Regional Advocacy meeting occurred, and most of the talk was about what had happened in the past, but some of the more stimulating discussion was what about what's going to happen in fiscal 23. And MASC, Scott Slatton, made it very clear to those in attendance that the General Assembly will be again taking up short-term rentals and business licensing. So that's not going away, and we should, as a town, be very aware of that in the upcoming year.
Thank you. Beaufort County Airport Board, Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. The construction bids for the terminal expansion came in higher than the original estimates, and the county made the decision to rebid the project in phases, with the first phase determined by the amount of money that is on hand at this time. And then secondly, just by way of information, there were fewer commercial flights this summer, but the occupancy or passenger loads were higher. So it's still a strong draw to the island, and the airport seems to be moving along pretty well this summer. There was an ambassador corps of volunteers who met passengers, answered questions. I think that's in keeping with our hospitality island. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Report of the Public Planning Commission, Ms. Ames.
The PPC? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The Public Planning Committee met on August 31st to hear a presentation by the short-term rental vendor, GovOS. Its presentation demonstrated its comprehensive approach to addressing, monitoring, and assisting in enforcement of short-term rentals. And for your information, GovOS is spelled capital G, little O-V, capital O, capital S, GovOS. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Lennox, F&A Committee.
Yes, thank you, John. The F&A committee met this morning at 10 o'clock with 3 agenda items. The first was a report from Scott Weirman of the Community Foundation of the Low Country, and they have dispersed the second $500,000 tranche to nonprofits involved in servicing the community through the pandemic. I got to say, they did an incredible job, and virtually all of the applications were funded. The second is a resolution that has been recommended to Town Council authorizing the execution of an agreement with Malden and Jenkins LLC for our upcoming audit. They'll have responsibility for the audit for years ending June 30th, 2023 through June 30th, 2027. And last was an update by John Troyer of Town Finances through the second month of the fiscal year ending August of this year. No unfavorable trends.
Thank you, sir. Krista, appearance by citizens.
Sir, just a point of order before we move forward into appearance by citizens. It was my understanding there was a potential of amending the agenda to remove one of the items off of open session and moving it into executive session. That item's related to item agenda 10E.
We have a motion to.
So moved.
Second. All in favor of that motion, raise their right hand, please. Gordon.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we skipped over general reports, and I just wanted to make a comment if I could.
Absolutely.
So a number of us, I think maybe all of us, had the opportunity to take a tour through the VIM, Volunteers in Medicine campus here on Hilton Head. And I just wanted to congratulate the people who are associated with that organization. I was tremendously impressed by the level of equipment, staff, opportunity for assistance in medical and dental that occurs there, the hydro garden that they've extended, and now are providing food sources to the community, and congratulations to them for all that they're doing for our community. Thank you.
Krista, appearance by citizens.
Yes, sir. Appearance by citizens. Today we have several citizens signed up. Just a reminder, each citizen will have 3 minutes to speak. There'll be a timer up on the screen for everybody to see. Our first citizen is Pastor June.
Reverend June, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Thank you.
It's good to see you all again.
Good to see you.
I'm speaking on June Wilkins. I'm speaking on behalf of, I'm from Christ Lutheran. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hilton Head Home Coalition. Just to say, we have a Hilton Head Island candidates candidates forum on affordable and workforce housing, and that is at Christ Lutheran on October 4th, 6 to 8 p.m. Please be there. And I just want to make a statement about your ongoing projects for ongoing efforts for workforce housing. On Sunday, we held a community meeting of the Hilton Head Home Coalition for Affordable Housing. We had representatives from many congregations on Hilton Head, from nonprofits, and many other concerned citizens. Our group keeps growing without any effort, and we are working on informing more people on the necessity of workforce housing in our community. One of our attendees used Ecclesiastes 3 to share his feelings about housing opportunities on Hilton Head Island. For everything, there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to keep silent and a time to speak. I do think that we are at an ideal time to do something about affordable and workforce housing, but that time could easily slip away. We appreciate the steps of the council that you have already made and taken thus far, including adopting the Workforce Housing Strategic Plan in 2019, which everyone who was in office at the time approved. We appreciate all of your leadership in stepping up and voting to make a real plan and framework for affordable housing by November 1st. We appreciate your continued collaboration and willingness to reach out to others and hear other voices. And we also want to remind you that the time is now to do something bold, something far-reaching and innovative, something that will enrich and sustain this community for generations, something that people will look back on decades later and say, that was great. That was a turning point for Hilton Head. We might never have another moment like this right now. There has never been more support for workforce housing on Hilton Head than there is right now. The Chimney Cove crisis, while temporarily averted, is still looming on the horizon and could happen to them or to anyone else. The next 6 weeks on Hilton Head are what Christians would call a kairos moment, a moment when everything is aligned, where the conditions are right to get things accomplished. Don't let that kairos moment slip away. Everyone seems dedicated to preserving our green space. Now is the time to act and make bold choices to preserve our citizens and our workers and to build our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, sir, we have Mr. Eric Somerville. Mr. Somerville, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and lovely lady Tamara. Congratulations, Mark Orlando, for running a wonderful strategic workshop. Everybody, I think, voted to have you back. My concerns are twofold today. One is the first concern for the use of DEI and/or CRT. When these terms go beyond simple English language descriptions, both these terms have been interrelated with a much larger agenda of the global elites such as Bill Gates and United Nations Great Reset. I'm not aware, nor do I believe, that any of the current mix of Gullah, Geechee community, nor town of Hilton Head personnel who are fully aware and acting on behalf of a larger concern is trying to change the modes of behavior to be anything other than fully American. And if it's not American constitutionally biblical teachings, we all should agree to the basic guides and then for our behaviors. At such time, my comment would no longer be true. I would suggest government restraints going beyond the normal English language descriptions of these terms. Item 2, regarding the status of Route 278, other than an embarrassing mess of governmental behaviors, at this time I would agree to allow Beaufort County to proceed, certainly if we're unable to stop them, and that because the cost keeps going up as well every day. However, at the point of the bridge entering onto Hilton Head, there needs to be a clear agreement and recognition that the new 278 bridge must mate properly with the roadway specified by the town of Hilton Head Island. At such time, Hilton Head Island can specify. Since we have at least till 2024, the current estimate of time of start of bridge project, and current estimate stopping time of 2028, current estimate completion target date should be possible. This should be sufficient for Hilton Head Island to sort out the concerns. My opinion is if we did nothing, the current 2 lanes would suffice and would be fine. All that would happen is that the new 278 bridge would become a traffic jam, holding people in their location, awaiting to merge onto 2 lanes. And all that may be very well for enjoying the beauty of the new 278 bridge and view.
Thank you.
Richard Busy. Mr. Busy, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Richard Busy, and my wife and I have lived on Hilton Head since 2004. The reasons we moved here were many, but they included the natural beauty of the island and the fact that the community was a community that respected nature. I am one of the nearly 10,000, yep, you heard me right, 10,000 individuals who have signed a petition asking this Town Council to reject the state's proposed plans to turn our in-freeway into a concrete jungle. There truly should be an independent review done. Too much is at stake. The Town Council should not buckle under the threat of the County Council that they will proceed with or without the town's cooperation. In some circles, that's described as blackmail. The threats from the County Council should be ignored. We should not surrender to the county. The staggering cost, as you well know, of this project may be as high as $500 million. We cannot afford to get this wrong. And let's not overlook the fact that this Town Council will change. 7 weeks from today is Election Day. The new council should have a say in this historic, once-in-a-lifetime project. Senator Davis, as you well know, has obtained the funding for an independent review, and there's no legitimate reason that it can't be done. We need to send a strong message to the council. Enough is enough, and we shall not and will not raise the white flag of surrender. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Risa Prince. Ms. Prince.
I'm here today representing COIN, the Coalition of Island Neighbors. I've been speaking and writing to you since the onset of the 278 Gateway Corridor project. In fact, next week is the 4th anniversary of me addressing council on this matter. For me, it's been a frustrating and in many ways unproductive 4 years. On the positive side, we do have guiding principles for this project, which you as a body adopted. We also have agreed to install the adaptive traffic system, which will control signals based on real-time vehicle movement. As I reviewed my past comments, I recognized my message has been pretty simple and consistent. Do not compromise the interests of Hilton Head Island. The MOU before you today does not meet the goals you approved at this town council meeting a mere 4 weeks ago. Your goal? The county and the town mutually agree to work together in good faith to address the feasibility and merits of recommendations previously made by MKSK and those which may be made by the independent consultant. This MOU proposes a consultant selection committee consisting of 3 county and 2 town members, thus biasing the consultant selection process towards the county, and fails to establish a process to consider the merits of the recommendations. Your goal: the independent consultant will conduct an end-to-end simulation and study through and beyond the project limits to include additional intersections materially consistent with the scope of work town council set forth, including project impacts and a mitigation assessment. This MOU includes no specific scope of work. I saw the results of a poor scope firsthand when I served on the last independent review committee. Dilution of the scope of work tainted the previous consultant's work, and results were meaningless. We cannot repeat that failed process. The county needs to agree to your scope of work, determining both project impacts and a mitigation assessment. Your goal, the county and town will coordinate with SCDOT to perform a value engineering of this project, seeking the best possible value for lowest cost. This MOU completely ignores value engineering. Given your goals of 4 weeks ago, I can't understand how any of you can support today's MOU.
Jessie White, Ms. White.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Council. My name is Jessie White on behalf of the Coastal Conservation League. I want to first just commend the town in its leadership in pursuing the MKSK recommendations and ensuring that those were incorporated into the final project. We are very concerned with the language in the MOU that talks about signing off on the NEPA process moving forward. The entire purpose of the NEPA process is to take a holistic review of a project and ensure that the direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts will be given meaningful consideration. It also ensures an informed decision-making process. If the NEPA process is allowed to proceed while the independent review is happening concurrently, it raises a question about whether or not that NEPA analysis is truly meaningful or whether it is actually just a box being checked. It also raises concerns about potential violation with NEPA because it could be perceived as proceeding towards a prejudged outcome. The purpose of NEPA, again, is to perform that objective, holistic analysis without a predetermined decision in mind. If the independent review is not given the opportunity to present the results before the NEPA process moves forward, that raises very serious concerns. And we just wanted to express those to you here today as you're considering this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bear, Steve Bear.
Thank you for having me here again. I've also been at this for 4 years. This project is going to dump heavy traffic in the top of our town, cause years of construction and major impacts, yet has no proof that it will solve our congestion problem over the critical paths A to D and A to E in the map you've all seen before. Any engineering school in the country would look at that map and look at your project and say there are major flaws. We all want a good project, but we need the results of the independent review to get it. Do not surrender the keys of the town before then in return for empty county promises. A new town council will be elected in about 7 weeks. Consider how your unnecessary surrender, if you do it today, before that time, will appear to citizens. The county warns of delay and all the things that delay will cause, but the county is the main cause of the delay. If they had not deliberately derailed the independent review in 2020, Mr. Rodman, and we have written proof of that, we would be ready to start today. In April, Senator Davis, God bless him, negotiated time and funding for the review from DOT and from the Infrastructure Bank, giving us the means to do our required due diligence. Why in heaven's name are we not doing that 5 months later? We were ready with a statement of work and a plan that would have preliminary results by now. Instead, from the county, we got an ultimatum and threats and stalled the review for 5 months. Major new delay will emerge also from almost 10,000 petitioners and other groups as they converge on NEPA authorities and point out all the flaws in the plan. That will force certainly a longer NEPA review cycle or hopefully delay the FONSI that the county wants. That could all be avoided if the county and town did their homework now before submitted a bug-ridden plan. An independent review or recession could also lower total costs, which no one has ever properly computed. No one knows the total cost of this project. For 2 years, the county prevented an unbiased end-to-end independent review that might reveal missing and hidden parts, impacts, performance, and extra costs. We have FOIAs of emails that show that there are hidden parts that we haven't been told about. This MOA, if you pass it, continues that pattern. It promises an ill-defined review with majority county control and no citizen members after you sign away our consent, and we hope you don't sign away our consent. This is like buying a used car from an untrustworthy auto dealer who forbids an inspection and promises to someday fix only the problems they agree with. Approving this MOA for an incomplete plan without proper due diligence will embarrass anyone who votes yes today. Please don't surrender to those who sweep facts under the rug to sell us an incomplete, untested lemon. Thank you.
Grace Smith, please. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon. I would first like to convey that many Hilton Head Island residents are very appreciative that Hilton Head Town Council has taken the initiative to install an island-wide, state-of-the-art adaptive traffic signal system. We are looking forward to seeing the traffic flow benefits that will accrue from this new system. Thank you. Additionally, we, the residents, applaud the town's decision to proceed with the selection of a nationally renowned, independent traffic engineering consultant to assess all aspects of our current traffic situation and provide truly independent and objective recommendations as to the best means to solve or at least minimize our peak traffic flow issues. Contrast this enlightened and rational approach to the idiocy being advanced by the twin megalomaniacs of County Council, Messrs. Rodman and Passman. At the September 12th County Council meeting, Chairman Passman proclaimed that, and I quote, "Beaufort County is the lead agency for the project. 2/3 of the county project cannot and will not be changed, no matter how many additional studies we do." It's a direct quote. The federal guidelines, which Passman maintains, mandate an 11-lane bridge, are non-negotiable. Basically, he goes on to say that they're going to dump off 5 or 6 eastbound lanes at the doorstep of Windmill Harbor, and whatever happens from there on is your problem, Hilton Head Town Government. This obnoxious and totally uncooperative attitude is repulsive to the residents of Hilton Head Island and should be to the members of town government as well. As a final insult, the County Council, in their risible MOU version, even attempts to wrest control of the independent consultant selection process from Hilton Head Town Government. In Section 4 of the Therefores, the county structures a selection committee that consists of 3 county bureaucrats and only 2 representatives from Hilton Head Town Government, thus guaranteeing them the majority rule in the decision process. How stupid do they think we are? Their collective audacity truly knows no bounds. Passman and the County Council are once again attempting to bully Town Council into acquiescing to and approving their totally one-sided county MOU version. This would give complete control of the project, save the area east of Windmill Harbor to the county. A county that is perfectly content to build a gigantic aircraft carrier deck-looking unibridge as the gateway to our beautiful island, and doing so prior to any kind of independent assessment of whether such a monstrosity would have any positive effect on traffic flow onto Hilton Head Island. Their plan is totally unacceptable on so many levels. So please send the egomaniacs who lead County Council a resounding message by voting to reject their totally inappropriate MOU proposal. If you can muster a unanimous vote to reject, that will send an even stronger message that Hilton Head Town Government will not kowtow to the County Council bullies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Benton? She's not here. Okay. And Mr. Hoagland? Skip Hoagland.
before my 3-minute comment begins, I'd like to submit these studies, if I could do so, please. And I'd like to read these studies out, if I may. This will help the planning commission and the town council, I think, function a lot better. So these studies are roles of a planning commission, bribery and conflicts of a planning commission, fighting small town corruption, small towns facing big city problems, why tourists ruin the places they visit, short on workers, resort town has stopped marketing to tourists, unsustainable tourism carrying capacity, South Carolina master land plan communities, and Jekyll Island master land plan example. So I'll put these right up here.
Please.
Okay, I'll put them over
Nothing
there.
goes up here no more.
I'll put them over there in a minute. My name is Skip Hoagland. I'm a 47-year resident, Windmill Harbor. Honest public service is appreciated, but not dishonest corruption. Insiders Alan Perry, Steve Arnold, and Kim Likens are factually corrupt, and I endorse Joanne Orszak for mayor. Now, let's just fix the existing bridges and stop this insanity. Create a master land plan we've never had to prevent further overdevelopment for the capacity of one bridge and one road all the way to I-95. And insist on a master land plan for Bluffton, Hardyville, and Buford. A 6-lane bridge will do nothing but act like a stent for your heart, increasing traffic on Hilton Head Island. How many goldfish can you put in a bowl? Stop marketing for tourists. It's not needed. Plus, it's an absolute waste of millions of our dollars with technology that go directly into the pockets of a few privileged chamber individuals who then use the money to finance their own personal income streams. The chamber is the biggest villain of them all in this regard, and you are allowing this chamber to waste and steal millions of our tax monies. You're all guilty of this. We must find new ways, like Tom Davis is suggesting, a penny tax to buy more land and protect land, and I endorse this, but we also must use other ways, like Chamber A tax funds is a new different way to let the tourists help us buy more land, and use hospitality tax funds as well. Maybe add an additional tax on cigarettes and alcohol, and also explore a VAT tax. 100,000 locals versus 3 million tourists has affected all of us that live here. We are in 5 pounds in a 5-pound bag, and we're heading to 10 pounds. Many of us did not move here for this big city life with its uncontrollable traffic and increased pollution to our waterways. Polluted oysters are the first bad sign. We have destroyed this environment in 30 years. It took millions of years to create. We moved here for the Charles Fraser vision of a low-density, high-end tourism and resort destination. An island is not supposed to be unlimited. We all allowed this to happen by electing and hiring kick-the-can-down-the-road officials who put their greed and self-interest above our interests and our environment. SOS. They took all the trees and put them in a tree museum, and they charged the people $1.50 to see them. No, no, no. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got until it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. These words by songwriter Joni Mitchell provide a warning of what may happen to Hilton Head Island if we become complacent. The most effective way of moderating this is to put good people on this council and vote them in and get rid of the bad people that we have. Thank you.
That concludes appearance by citizens, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment to Calvin Hoagland's comments. Mr. Hoagland, for everything you've said to me and to my colleagues, and for all the comments you've made about me and my comment.
Mr. Hoagland, sit down or I'll remove you from the chamber.
This is not, okay, if he's going to talk, I'm going to have to write to defend myself. So let me step up there.
No.
I apologize. No, if he's going to address me, I'm going to stand up here. Now, let me address me. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, now address me. Let's talk.
For everything you said to me and to my colleagues, and for all the comments you've made about me and my colleagues, I forgive you. And I hope and I hope that you soon find your peace.
Mr. Lennox, I do not forgive you because you knew what you did. You know you have voted for the illegal use and issue of millions of our tax monies. I have factual documentation on all your corruption.
Mr. Hoagland.
And we don't have time to talk about it right now.
No, we don't.
But I
You've
can
used your
tell you
time.
right, no, please don't interrupt me.
I am, Mr. Hoagland.
Listen, if you're going to call me out in front of all these people, you're going to give me a chance to respond. You might not like it, but that's what you're going to do, okay? You didn't call out anybody else in this room. You called out me. Now, I'm going to defend myself. Now, let me tell you something. I have factual information on every one of y'all that you have illegally voted for the illegal use and issue of millions of our tax money. Anybody that can prove me wrong on that subject, this might sound a little outrageous to everybody in this room, but I can back it up. You prove me wrong of the evidence that I have on these people, and I'll make sure that the people that work with me will write you $1 million check and send it to your post office box or your address. That's how I'll put my money where my mouth is. These people have all broken the law, and they need to accept that, and they need to stop it. And you're the worst violator of all, Mr. Lennox.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I didn't turn my page over. There are still 3 more citizens, so I apologize that I need to call. Ms. Sandy West.
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. So my topic is workforce housing. I have been watching town council debate the perfect way to solve workforce housing on the island for several years. I chaired the Vision Project Management Team as a volunteer in 2017 through 2019, so I am intimately aware of this issue as it was determined then, and frankly, actually identified decades before. I've been concerned about the lack of action, especially since our neighbors at Chimney Cove received their eviction notices. Yesterday, I spent some time rereading the Workforce Housing Strategic Plan adopted by Council in 2019. A framework and timeline for the adoption of the plan exists and has sat largely unused. Since its announcement, our community has not batted an eye at the North Point project. Not one person that I know of has protested that this project should not happen. Our community recognizes that affordable housing is needed for our island's workforce, from nurses, teachers, physical therapists, to daycare workers and landscape people. In my career as a consultant, we often recognize the value of yes and. The Workforce Housing Strategic Plan recommends establishing a public-private local workforce housing trust fund as its first step, and that's the yes. And here's the and. While the framework is being created and finalized, it is never too early to have a funding source in place. Right now, we know that council can increase millage 1 point to generally roughly $1 million in revenue. Previously, the hospitality community expressed support for an increase in their hospitality tax if the proceeds are dedicated toward mitigating workforce housing issues. So please investigate this possibility. And a third option could be a creative use of accommodation tax funding, which would be a valuable tool across the region. Deliberate and aggressive leadership by the mayor and town council on these potential revenue streams are critical for keeping our island quality of life. I urge you to act now, please. Thank you.
Ms. Peterson, Peaches Peterson.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Orlando. Thank you for giving me some time to speak. I will be speaking on the workforce housing issue. I am a 13-year resident of the island. Both my husband and I moved here and retired here. Coleman was an executive vice president at Walmart Foundation, and we make this our home. We've immersed ourselves in this community. I see myself as a nonprofit baby. Since living here, I have volunteered in many nonprofits on the island. Mitchellville is my baby in my heart, but in addition to Mitchellville, I've volunteered and worked on the Arts Center Board, Women in Philanthropy, Coastal Discovery Museum, LSC White Scholarship Fund, and the Communities Foundation, where I serve as grants chairman. I'm glad that you like our work. Coleman additionally serves on the Walton Family Foundation and advises many foundations as a consultant, as well as he does private consultings for various presidents and CEOs of major foundations. Coleman also gives back to this community as he serves as chairman of Volunteers in Medicine. I'm glad you like their work. Through our foundation work, we know that affordable and workforce housing is not an issue unique to this island. This is something that is a concern across the country. However, what is unique is our ability to address the issue with the resources that only Hilton Head can provide. Simply put, we have resources here that many communities across the country do not have. That is the generosity of our residents, our robust nonprofit community, and the revenue our hospitality industry generates. Those are all unique attributes we have that we need to utilize for housing products. This is the path, I believe, to solve housing on Hilton Head Island. The lack of housing is something that we need to grab hold of. It is an impediment to our coveted island lifestyle, and it is our job as residents of this community to take care of people who are taking care of us. All of us, especially you as elected officials, have been tasked with the guardianship of this special place. It is our task to ensure that our amazing community will continue to thrive far after we've gone. What we do now or what we don't do is going to be a legacy. It is not about building apartments, it's about building our community. Building our community with lifelong residents who will contribute to our nursing staff at hospitals, our air conditioning technicians, our teachers at our private and public schools, the people that deliver our meals, and including their spouses and families. I'm sorry. Okay. Building a life here on Hilton Head Island is important for all of us. We need a dedicated revenue stream to fund our housing solutions. Mr. Mayor and Council, our community needs you to take bold action and vote a fund to revenue stream for work housing solutions, whether through the meal, hospitality revenue, or other sources. This should not be left to a referendum. It can be done with leadership and a vote. All options should be put on the table, and council can and should take action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And lastly, sir, is Mr. Advocat, Diedrich Advocat.
Town Council, Mr. Mayor, Mark, thank you for allowing me to be the last one speaking here this afternoon. I greatly appreciate all the work that you have done over the years, and I think the mayor has 21 years of public service, and my hat's off to you. I couldn't do it myself, so thank you for that, for those who are leaving the Town Council. So I wanted to talk about the 278 corridor. I hope I'm not going to repeat myself. Yesterday I went to the Beaufort County Public Facilities Committee meeting, and I witnessed the dog and pony show on the 278 corridor, where the chairman was almost running out of snake oil to sell to his own county council, with arguments that were thrown out that are completely unbiased and unfunded, throwing things out like delay will cost us millions. These are numbers that are, I don't know whether they come up with. It's very clever to throw that out, but it puts the fear into other county council members, and it makes them veer towards doing what the chairman wants to do. And so it got me thinking, and I came up with the Bob Dylan song that we may all know, which is you got to serve somebody. Everybody serves somebody. And so you wonder, our mayor started this mayorship based on being there for the resident, and that's very much appreciated. But then you wonder, we all know what this project is about, and we all know where the friction is on issues that need to be resolved. But when I constantly see the county staying on that same track and not listening to rational arguments, I just wonder who they serve. Who is it do they serve? Do they serve their own egos? Do they serve a hospitality industry, a chamber? It's just beyond belief. So I hope that in your hearts you will serve the community and the residents, and that rational thinking will prevail, and that the intent and the spirit of the agreement between the county and the town is that we share on an equal basis and that we move forward in a very constructive way to build this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9A, unfinished business, consideration resolution by the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution of revised memorandum of understanding between Beaufort County, the critical path for the William Hilton Parkway Gateway, and an independent end-to-end audit. Sean, there you are.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Manager, Council. Two things. I'm not sure I have enough water to get through. And I've got Bob Dylan and Joni Mitchell songs running through my head. And so thank you for having me. Just for refresher, Town Council adopted a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute a memorandum of agreement with the county for the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor project. That memorandum of understanding included very specific recitals and terms that I'm going to go through. Krista, if we can pull it up. Is it here? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Before we lead in, I just want to make sure, one, I want to make sure this is a cooperative effort. I think what's being portrayed a lot of times is this is one side versus the other, and that's not the intent here. I want to say the purpose of the MOA is to define the steps and information that's needed to put both the town and the county in a position to advance this project. Now, when we go through these steps and what was outlined with council, we need information on this end-to-end analysis to look at true impacts beyond the defined project limit that was part of, that's currently part of the project. And there's been a commitment to do that. Our MOA and scope of work included extension all the way to Sea Pine Circle in one direction and through to Hooping Crane Way and Indigo Run in the others. So we need to confirm need, evaluation of full impacts, including up and downstream impacts, and factoring in the benefits of the adaptive traffic signal benefits that would result from that system, and other IT intelligent traffic solutions that may, or transportation solutions that may present themselves. We also need to understand a full impact assessment and identification of mitigation options to consider above those that are already outlined in the EA that has been drafted. So I just wanted to lay that framework out. And then I'm going to walk through, and I'm going to ask Jared Fralix, my counterpart with the county, to come up here, because I think there'll be more benefit in the two of us trying to go through and explain where we are when we talk about the terms. And Jared, I'm going to drive for just a few minutes, and you have as long as it takes for me to drink that water to respond. No. All right, right, so we're not focused on resolution. This is just the MOA that was in front of council in August. And this, what we've done here is track changes. This MOA was the MOA that was presented last night at the Beaufort County Public Facilities Committee. So it's a little different than what was outlined in your packet, but we're going to move through this. This is the most current. The Beaufort County Public Facilities Committee approved this to advance to their council and is scheduled to be before County Council next Monday. I will cover everything because I want everyone to understand the changes that are being made. We call it the William Hilton Parkway project, the Gateway Corridor project. The county, because I think that's the way it's identified in the project title, through the SIB application, others, they have it as identified as the US 278 corridor project. And then there's been some minor wording here to the traffic signal, and anyway, but they drafted it as a county MOA to the town. Change of date, not going to worry about this. We go through all the recitals, and I just want to focus on a couple key points. There's a little bit of different wording that we said that it impacts the citizens and visitors to Hilton Head. The county's revised that to say the project would provide safer transportation to the citizens and visitors. I don't want to get into too much wordsmithing, but where there's material change, let's focus in those areas. The next whereas clause, the county has added the step that was taken between the town and county to do the independent review the HDR conducted a couple of years ago, Jared. So it's a recognition of that effort. And I don't want to debate whether it was independent or not, but it was part of what is included in the process. The next whereas is just a recognition that the town council, 26 recommendations that were identified, helped modify the preferred alternative that was shared publicly through the public meeting that was held on March 3rd. The next one, again, I wouldn't say any substantial changes, just some minor wording to talk about the comments that we all have received, both at the town and county level, to make sure that we look at the impacts outside of the intent or the current scope of the project, and to evaluate those impacts downstream, and also look at other recommendations that would enhance the project beyond what town council has identified. I think the end-to-end is going to give us some recommendations that we should consider before the project is finalized. And then the only material change from the recitals for me is the town council approved the MOA, or the resolution with the MOA, and it included a scope of work. And council authorized the town manager to work with the county to execute that MOA, materially consistent with that scope of work. And so,
yeah, I can address this and,
yes,
and appreciate the haircut. So I didn't know we were getting the same haircut.
Sean.
So this one isn't a disputable term. It's just the fact that it, from our standpoint, felt more like this was a therefore statement than a whereas statement. So this is addressed in the therefores as we talk about the independent review, this second independent review that we're all talking about. So that was really the reasoning behind that change.
So that's, again, for me, that and the recitals, that's the only material difference between the two, other than some minor wordsmithing. I think there needs to be a commitment to execute the end-to-end analysis materially consistent with the scope that we had drafted. And I know I've talked with Jared, and we stand ready based on the ultimate will of town and county council to do so. Again, nothing material there. Let me scroll down a little bit.
Sean, you want questions at the end or as you go?
Yeah, I think, let me get through the terms, and then I'll take, I think at that point, I think because Jared and I are going to try to explain, well, we will explain what was requested by council, the changes by the county, and then we will get to, I believe, a point to answer questions and comments, and then I'd like to get to a point where we can resolve some of this and provide input, or the output of this meeting will help the county in revising their MOA before the council meeting on Monday. All right, so these were the terms that were included in the MOA, redlined to show the changes between the town's version and the county's version. The text struck through with red is town language that has been removed, and the blue underlined text is what's been added by the county. So you can see our version said we'd advance a project through equal partnership. All decisions and approvals concerning the project shall be made in writing by authorized representatives of town and county respectively. The county's version said the town and county agree to advance a project in a cooperative manner.
And so to address this one, this is not so much describing the 50-50 partnership. I know that's kind of a little bit of the intent that was requested here. The approvals concerning the project, I think we can all agree we've spent a lot of time and effort on both sides of the county and the town trying to even get this agreement resolved. So the fact that we're moving and advancing a project and every decision point has duly written and signed and authorized by both councils is an arduous task. So in the spirit to advance the project, that was the intent behind this change, is that we are working here, we're here today, we're working with staff. So the intent is that we're going to work together and build this as stakeholders. But the strike through was just for the authorization of every decision point.
So it does change a little bit of the language there. Listen, I think the town needs to remain involved and work cooperatively with the county for the entire life cycle of the project, from where we are today through the end of construction and then beyond. But that's the change that's being proposed by the county, and thank you, Jared, for that context of why that change was made. Okay. The second item relates to the recommendations that town council approved and sent to the county. They were completed with directly with town council, staff assistants, and our experts of MKSK, and to, in good faith, advance those recommendations to pursue implementation. And the change from the county is that there's a provision in here that town council would then agree that this will be one bridge. There'll be one bridge designed and built as part of the project.
Yeah, so agree on the MKSK. A lot of the items that were presented out of the MKSK have already been incorporated into the modified preferred alternative that was provided at the public information in March. So the one big thing out of the MKSK was the two bridges versus one bridge, and that's one point that the county stands firm along with DOT is that the one bridge option is the most efficient and cost effective. So that was the change there. The independent consultant, we get further into that. So that was the reasoning on the strike through on that next kind of line or two.
And we've been in several meetings attended by both town and county council, some members here and at Beaufort County. The county's been pretty clear on their position related to the one versus two bridges. And so this isn't a surprise to see this as a term. In the recommendations that council supported was to focus on the design elements as it relates to the project going forward with special attention given to the bridge. And so I think that, obviously, that recommendation is still something to work through feasibility and options for implementation. Okay, the term number 3 from the town's MOA was that the town would retain the independent consultant. I want to be clear about one thing. Independent consultant does not mean the town independent of the county. And I'm sorry if some folks think that that's what it needs to be. We cannot advance the project without coordination and communication with the county on this project. And the independent portion, as outlined in the correspondence from Senator Davis and others, was that they couldn't have a current relationship or contract with SCDOT, because we need the result of this, the consultant selected, to help us with a position to advance options for improving the project, and don't want to have that conflict with a consultant that has that relationship with DOT. So it's not about independence from the town and the county, independent from each other. So the town said we would procure and retain the independent consultant to do the end-to-end analysis as outlined in that scope of work that I referenced earlier. The county, their version of the MOA says that we should do that together. I think that the town should procure, and we'll get to the next step, with coordination on the county, and we'll talk about the selection committee. But that's my preference, is the town would procure and select the consultant with assistance from the county, but it would be under our selection process.
Yeah, and on that one too, so to what you said there, Sean, is if we're working together in a cooperative manner, as mentioned in the prior item, then this is something that we work together with too. So the independence is independent of DOT, independent of county, independent of town operations. So this is a consultant that nobody in the regions work with, which that'll be its own challenge, find that consultant and attract them to a project that they're not even on their radar. So we'll work through that. But that was the thought process there. The scratch there at the end, as far as the scope not being as shown in Exhibit A, that's not to hide the scope or anything, but it's further down in the MOA as we talk about is the staff committee would coordinate. We take the information that's provided from Senator Davis as the basis of the independent review, and we'll coordinate that scope and as we solicit that consultant. So that was the reasoning for that scratch.
All right, moving on to the next step.
I can address this one. It's mostly a red line. So this one is, and it's a point that we can discuss whether we want to add it or not, but in the spirit of being independent of DOT, this is basically taking all the DOT data that has been done and worked up so far for the project and handing that to the independent consultant that's selected. If that's comfortable with everybody, then we can definitely leave that in. The thought process behind this is if we're going to say it's truly independent, then that independent firm needs to also create their own data. However, that, again, we're up for either way. In my opinion, data is data, so I don't see it as an issue, but that was the reasoning behind the strike, is if we want them to go to get their own traffic counts, that will take longer and cost more money. And traffic counts are traffic counts. So I'm comfortable, and the county's comfortable with having that statement stay in there, but that was the reasoning. If we want it to be independent, then they can obtain their own data.
And in the draft scope of work, there was very detailed requirements for for modeling and other efforts that would be required of the independent consultant. And so some of that, again, requires some data, I think, that was available through county or SCDOT. But the methodology, the validation, the output will be drafted and generated by the independent consultant to generate any recommendations that would positively impact the project. And so that was kind of the intent there. But we can add it. That's more of a housekeeping part of the relationship, yeah. The next part, the town MOA didn't include a committee to help to select or have oversight over the consultant. And so what the county has proposed, that the town and county would create a committee. And under the way it's currently written from the county, as Ms. Prince pointed out, there are 3 members identified that would represent the county and 2 at the town. I think, again, having this coordination throughout the project, it makes sense to have participation. I would recommend that it be equal participation with 3 members on each side. And so we would add our town engineer into this mix, along with myself, and then a designee from Mark, to be determined by Mark.
Yeah, and I don't think that would be anything on the county that would disagree with. The intent is, I think most everybody has an odd number of committee or council. However, I don't see this as a committee that's going to be in disagreement. We're going to come to all resolution before we put out the scope. We're going to come to resolution on who we select. So I don't see it being an odd man out. So whether we go down to 4 or we go up to 6, I think that's a little bit of semantics, but I don't think there's a big issue either way.
The next provision that was in the town's MOA, we're fine taking it out. It was a town action regardless, and we don't need the county's agreement to do that, but we were trying to include.
Well, and I can explain the thought behind that. So again, in the modified preferred alternative that's been presented, most of the items from the MKSK, the monetary items, have been incorporated. So the one bridge is the only thing, and that's actually a subtraction versus the addition of cost. The meandering on Jenkins Island, the left turns, a lot of those things have already been incorporated. So we can get the opinion of costs, but those costs are kind of already baked into where we are at this point in the project. So
We got those from HDR, didn't we? At one time, we got those estimates from HDR.
Yes, sir. On some of those key high dollar, the difference between the bridge, 1 versus 2 bridges, and then the Jenkins Island alignment modification that went forward. Also, the cost of the respites or bulb outs, for lack of a better term, on the bridge for the bike and pedestrian path. Yes, sir. That was part of that was presented to council last fall.
And those are incorporated already.
Okay.
The next one has already been covered. And there's no change here. The town and county mutually agreed to work together to seek necessary funds to implement the other recommendations arising from independent review and MKSK that are related to the project. This next one, I don't know why it shows up this way. The only addition to this next provision was the county added and LATS, which makes sense. They're our regional metropolitan planning organization. The recommendation for this corridor and bridge has been in the long-range transportation plan since 2015. And so adding them in, just for clarity, is...
And the fiber tech connectivity. So adaptive signals is one component, but it's only one tool in the toolbox. Really the thing that's going to help synchronize that entire section is fiber. So having that quick access of communication between the signals is integral. So again, adaptive signals is part of the equation, but not all of it, so just expanded upon that.
So this was an improvement, I believe, over the language that I had led in drafting for that clarity. Number 7 is, again, on this page, is part of a previous one. And then the final one, as part of the agreement, we didn't have a provision in here. This is what the county has included as their last. As part of this agreement, both the county and the town agree to move the project forward through the NEPA process. And I'm going to ask Jared to explain what that means. I know there's been some concern about, is this a sort of backdoor to the town providing municipal consent? And my answer is no, but I'd like him to explain what this means about advancing through NEPA.
Yeah, so this is not municipal consent. So NEPA, where we are at the current process, we're in the preliminary design, the community engagement, the impacts. We have a developed package ready to submit, or close ready to submit. So this would allow the project to move forward to submit to Federal Highway so they can review their review process. In doing this, this does not stop the independent review. The independent review could work concurrently with the process that Federal Highway will be reviewing, and then municipal consent comes later in the project as we move into final design before we get to final design. Usually around 60 to 70% design plans is when we go right away and we start the right away acquisition process. So that's when municipal consent would be required before we start reaching out to landowners and addressing acquisitions. That's when municipal consent. So this would allow the project to move forward, still time for independent review consultant to do their work, and then town council can make the decision at a later date in the project.
I'm open to take comments from town council at this time.
David?
A lot to absorb for my feeble mind. I appreciate your efforts to work cooperatively. I'm having some difficulty absorbing the implication of this language change. I just haven't had an opportunity to think about it that much. When will the end-to-end study be completed?
The estimated time frame that we got from, talked to several national traffic engineers, is about 6 months to get some results, but we don't have it out to bid.
Yeah.
So it's probably another 6 weeks if we got it on the street tomorrow to get through.
9 months.
Yeah, 9 months, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. What occurs if this council delays signing this agreement from the county standpoint?
So about a week and a half ago, I had to go to Columbia to make a presentation to the State Infrastructure Bank on the status of the project. For the most part, that status update went well. However, I did get beat up pretty significantly by the chairman of the board on the status of the project and the delays. They obviously read the newspaper and get their updates, and we send them quarterly updates, but they're very interested. They had the impression that this was a shovel-ready project, and that's the reason that they put their $120 million check and invested it into our project. So they have numerous other projects on the books that they're ready to put funds to, and fortunately DOT came to our side and spoke to our behalf and said, hey, look, we've been working with the county and the town. They're doing their due diligence. We're confident that they're going the right direction, and that sufficed. But that's from the county standpoint, that's the concern. Is obviously there's concern in rising costs and inflation. That's a kind of unknown number, but a known number is the $120 million that the SIB has contributed, and in their opinion at the time was a very good return on investment. So
the county's position at this time is that 9 months jeopardizes the infrastructure bank money.
yeah, so I don't know a specific time period when they say, okay, appreciate you working with us, but please give us our money back. I don't know that date, but I do know that I was very aggressively asked about the timing and why it's taking so long.
I appreciate that.
David, can I interrupt you 1 second? Senator Davis, could you make any comments on that?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would concur with what Jared just said. That's consistent with the conversations I've had with Secretary Hall, the DOT. And the comments that she apparently made are consistent with the comments she's made to me. She understands the county and the town are working together. She understands that the community is engaged in this process. She understands that this is part of the process and something to be, I think, lauded rather than criticized. I mean, we have citizens groups involved. We have organizations concerned about the environment involved. We have outside consultants coming in to make the product better. All of these things are contemplated to occur within this process. And so what Secretary Hall has said to me is that the critical point she's looking at is when can she request the record of decision from the Corps of Engineers. That's the next critical step on the path for her. She says that she will submit that request for a record of decision once that delta, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but it's that $40 to $45 million shortfall between dollars in hand from various sources and the updated estimate for the project, which was good as of 2 weeks ago. I have spoken with the governor's office and have every reason to believe that the executive budget is going to include a recommended appropriation for that delta. Once that executive budget is issued in January, that is when Secretary Hall will request the record of decision. It doesn't need to be an appropriation from the General Assembly, she said. If there is a recommendation in the executive budget, that's sufficient for her of identifying all the funding sources. You know, in regard to this last step that we're taking, and I confess to a bit of frustration here because we all sat, council members, with county council members in April. And I can remember this because I took a day off from the General Assembly and we came down here. And what we agreed upon at that point in time, everybody nodded their heads and said, yes, this is what we're going to do, is precisely what this agreement contemplates. I don't know why we're 5 months downstream from that April agreement to this, and then we get presented with the specter of, well, if we don't do something fast, we're going to lose $120 million. That $120 million is going to be on me, okay? This process that we're undergoing right now, this independent review, okay, is going to help facilitate this project, because if you do not do this, if you don't have a proper study, you're inviting challenges to this collaterally from third parties, which are going to come. What you're talking about doing right now is forestalling the possibility of those delaying things. And moreover, you're doing the responsible thing. You're putting yourself in a position to make an informed decision. And now, in regard to that paragraph 8, if this isn't meant to be municipal consent, and if this isn't meant to be any sort of waiver by the town in regard to what its options are, I think that ought to be declaratively stated in paragraph 8 by saying this. This independent study is the last thing we're going to do. This is the data set we're going to get, and then based on that data set, we're going to make a decision. When I've had conversations with Eric Greenway, the county administrator, that was what he said to me. We want to make sure that this process is going to come to a conclusion at some point. How are we going to be assured that there isn't going to be some other further study down the road once this is done? And I recommended what you say is, in this MOA, this is it. This data is going to put us in a position to give A, either yes or no on municipal consent, or B, yes or no in regard to the EA submitted for the Fonzie finding. And I think that if that's the intent there, simply declaratively state that. I mean, I think that takes care of that issue. The other material thing I will say is the scope of work that was really kind of specifically worked on by the town with the citizens, that needs to be incorporated into this MOA because it provides guidance in regard to how you're going to bid this thing out, and it gives instruction to the independent contractor on the front end exactly what's expected. Just some vague language about how we're going to agree upon that at some point in the future, I mean, that's not necessary. This work has been done. So what I would encourage this council to do, I mean, in terms of a constructive path forward, and I congratulate the county for engaging on this. I think it's extremely more productive than simply saying we're going to go forward and bifurcate the project, which I think invites a whole host of other problems, and by the way, guarantees you lose that $120 million. The day after you do that bifurcation, the $120 million is gone. I tell you that right now. This isn't going to do that. This isn't going to jeopardize $120 million. This is a more constructive response than what was done a couple weeks ago when they simply said we're going to bifurcate. I would send this back with all the changes that Sean has gone through and that Jared has gone through. I think most of them are stylistic. I think some of them are great. It's fine. But from my standpoint, there are two material things that I think need to be done. The scope of work needs to be incorporated into this memorandum of agreement as an exhibit, okay, for the reasons that I've said. And second of all, be declarative in paragraph 8 and say, we realize we've got to bring this plane in for a landing, okay? We're going to go ahead and make our decision as a town based on this data and make a commitment in this memorandum of agreement that that's going to be it. You're not going to ask for a future study. But to try to bake into this agreement somehow that you're going to go forward with the NEPA process in regard to a Fonzie finding, or somehow there be some sort of implicit municipal consent, which I read from this, I think is premature. The reason you're having this independent consultant engaged to bring data is to make informed decisions in regard to those two things. And to the extent that you do it now and then say, well, we can then do the independent review too, well, then to what purpose are you doing it, okay? So I mean, this is a long answer to a simple question, Mr. Mayor. But what Secretary Hall apparently said yesterday to the SIB is the same thing she's been saying to me. We realize that you guys are doing your due diligence. We realize that the county and the town are talking back and forth with each other. We hope they come together and be unified, and I hope that's where we end up being on this. I mean, I don't want two, different local government bodies at odds over this. A lot of progress has been made here, and I give credit to Sean and to Jarrett for getting us there. I think you've got good work product here. I think the two changes would be incorporation of scope of work and a declaration in paragraph 8 that this is it. Based on this independent study, we're going to make a decision based on that data. For better or worse, the town's going to make a decision. That would be my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Tom, before you leave, Tom,
yes.
What is the relationship between Secretary Hall and the Infrastructure Bank?
Extraordinarily good. One of the reforms that came about 3 years ago or 4 years ago when we increased the gas tax, and one of the things that I pushed for when I opposed the increase in that gas tax was that the State Infrastructure Bank and the DOT integrate their capital improvement projects plans and have the same objectives and the same criteria. They have an extremely good working relationship. Both Chairman White and Secretary Hall have an extraordinarily good relationship. And I can tell you this, I'll make this representation and put my credibility on the line. If the town and the county reach a memorandum of agreement along the lines that I've suggested, and you sign that, and that's delivered to the SIB and delivered to the DOT, they're not going to see an area in disarray. They're going to see a community that's united. They're going to see a community that's come to an agreement in regard to what due diligence looks like. And that $120 million is not going to be jeopardized, okay? I'll make that representation to you. Right. Because that is consistent with what I've been keeping Secretary Hall abreast of this for the last two years. Now, I do express some frustration. I mean, this particular conversation we're having now ought to have taken place last May or last June. Yeah. That's water under the bridge. That's fine. But I think you're at a point now where you can bring this thing in for a landing. You're able to demonstrate, you'll be able to demonstrate to both SIB and the DOT that yes, the town and the county have now agreed to the critical path forward. They've agreed that after this is done, all the data will be in hand in order for what needs to happen. Whether or not there's an EA submission in regard to a FONSI finding, whether or not there's municipal consent in regard to the modified preferred alternative, I think that's a clear message to them. But I do agree that if this thing continues on, and if somehow the town and the county can't reach an agreement here, and if the town or the county then follows through with what it has said it's going to do, the alternative being, and it was said to me recently, if there isn't an MOA, we're going forward and bifurcating this thing, that $120 million, I promise you, is gone at that point in time, because you got to go through the NEPA process all over again and do two separate EAs.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, we interrupted you, David.
I would support what Senator Davis just proposed. But let me, a couple of details, and thank you, Tom.
Sure.
I appreciate that. No more questions of you. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I'll take my seat back.
Details, really, just to understand a little bit more about the MKSK situation. My impression is that there are certain things that we can incorporate, and SCDOT is not going to allow us to incorporate others. You mentioned, Jared, that a lot of them have been incorporated in the preferred alternative already, and you mentioned a couple of those items. A detail. I'm very interested in how this project is going to be landscaped in its final stage. Is there a budget line item in your work order at this point?
So no, landscaping hasn't been a budget line item. There's not a budget line item as far as how much concrete, how much steel. The budget at this point, we're still at 50,000 feet. We're not down to 10,000 feet yet. The budget at this point is based off lane miles and cost of construction on comparable projects.
So again, where this lands is a a trust issue, that what's in my mind, and I have an expectation of what is right for the island, is going to occur, but we don't know that yet. So it's the collaboration, cooperation that gets us there, is that?
Yeah, I think the MOA gets us there. Obviously, it's not written explicitly, it doesn't get into landscaping, but this is not a one-and-done relationship, a one-and-done project. We're going to continue to work together as staff and at council levels throughout the entirety of the project. Also, what we talked about, and it's referenced as the MKSK, we're going to work on the feasibility and funding. So, say if we have a difference initially of opinion of what that landscaping looks like, well, we're going to work together and find a happy medium so we can be proud of the landscaping that's incorporated in the project. If that's greater than what we have in the funding bucket, then we will work together to search for funds to bring that to fruition.
I just, one last item. And again, I emphasize trust is so important. And we have a lack of trust by a segment of the population regarding data. And Senator Davis has interceded to provide a way for data to be given in an independent, from an independent source. So just so that we don't find ourselves in the same place down the road, I would make the suggestion that that citizen group opine on whether or not we should receive the data from SCDOT or not. I'd like to hear their opinion on whether that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
Sir.
Mr. Tom?
I have no reason to believe, I've said this before, I have no reason to believe that SCDOT wouldn't build a corridor with the community's best interest in mind. In my judgment, the last two projects anywhere close to this scope were the Cross Island and the flyover. And in my opinion, DOT is 2 for 2. And I think they're going to be 3 for 3, especially in lieu of what this process is telling us. As I go back through the proposed agreement, I think the scope of work needs to be a part of that, and that was one of the concerns that I had. I don't for a minute, Jared, forget that the applicant and the IGA is with the county. The IGA between the state and the county makes no mention whatsoever of the town. So I recognize that much of the management of this project ongoing is going to fall on your shoulders. And I'm certain that we will trust the relationship that we currently have with you to provide input as needed. I am absolutely okay with the idea of one bridge. I never for a minute thought that independent meant anything other than independent of a relationship with the state and the county and the town. I think I know what the answer to do you want new data or will you trust the existing data will be. I think I need not say anything more than that. I think your suggestion of 3 and 3 on that committee is a good one. And adding LATs into the equation absolutely makes sense. And for the first time, Jared, I understand now where the municipal consent, which is really our leverage to this project, comes in. And it comes in pretty far down the process. At the time, we're looking for right-of-ways and land acquisition. So I am comfortable with holding that in abeyance while this independent review, and more importantly, the analysis of what we find from that review tells us. I'm prepared to move forward. John.
David?
If I may, I'd like to make one comment that Tom triggered thought has to do with one or two bridges. I made the suggestion probably 5 months ago, 6 months ago, whatever it was, that I think I even wrote a letter to the editor saying we really ought to have two bridges because of the scale issue. And there was an assumption in my mind at that time that the separation between the two bridges would be large enough that it really would appear as a narrower bridge and not a double bridge. When the either SCDOT or Federal Highway Department said you can't change the corridor and make it wider to accommodate two bridges, in my mind, what two bridges would look like. Then you get down to, is a 3-foot or 6-foot separation really going to make any difference at all? My background, which is very visual, concludes no, it will not. So I have come to the conclusion that we are saddled with one bridge and we have to do our darndest to mitigate the impact of that expanse of concrete across the bridge. Thank you, Mayor.
Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I applaud our, first of all, our community for staying engaged in this project. And it's good to see our county council members here in attendance. And it's very pleasing to my eyes that Sean and Jared are here together making this presentation.
With the same haircut.
Yeah, same haircut. I got a couple of questions, and then I'll make some comments to the agreement. I guess the first one is for you, Jared. And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. But who told the SIB that the project was shovel ready?
That I don't know, and I would have loved to know because, like I said, I got a little hammered for that. I was not at the presentation when that was made to SIB. So I don't know if that was a stated subject. It definitely was not included in the application. It showed our schedule, that we're still in the environmental period and we would start construction in 2024 and build out till 2028. So I'm not sure where that was stated.
Okay, of course, that was a pointed question. The second question, has the Federal Highway Administration issued this finding of no significant impact?
No, so they would not issue that until the NEPA, the environmental assessment documents are submitted. Those have not been submitted yet.
Okay, so in the spirit of us producing a project that is best for all of us, and clearly identifying that we had a significant flaw from the beginning, which is not telling the truth about it not being a shovel-ready project, we should be offered more time.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm not putting that on you, I'm just making a very strong political statement here, okay? Therefore, I do have some issues with the wording in the agreement. In the beginning, it talks about the county and the town not necessarily being equal. And I understand that the county's got its name written all over the original agreements. But the way I view this is when you start to talk about the benefits of the project, we can talk about that both ways, off island and on island. But when we start talking about the impacts, particularly the negative impacts, that's a one-way street. And there's no way that we can say that we're not equal partners when we are absorbing all of the impacts. So that part I think needs to be changed. It talks about safety and it strikes through impacts, and I don't think that that's fair. Because the way that it's being presented, you can't have the safety that we want to enjoy without impacts being associated. And that has to come to a head. I'm sure that the county has not gotten to a point where they fully understand what happens if a full-fledged environmental impact statement is issued. Well, if that comes about, we got to deal with it. Right now, we're running from it. And I think equally, we need to be prepared to deal with that. I agree that the scope of work, as far as the independent review, should be included. If not, where are we going? I also agree that we need to have equal representation on that selection board and oversight board. At the end of the day, and by the way, for the public's knowledge, the document that we're viewing here today is not the document that was in our packet, right? So we're kind of under the gun a bit here, okay? But the last statement that I'm going to make is, when I first read this last night, I had some ease that the municipal consent was removed. But then, at the very end, it's somewhat implied. And it does not imply that we are equal partners moving forward in this. So I think that there's some wordsmithing that needs to be done. I think that there needs to be some time for us to really digest and process this, but all in the spirit of us working together collectively. I think we have gotten so far from where we started, where we weren't even able to talk to each other. We've gotten further, all right? But let's not lose the moment, okay? Because there is time and opportunity for us to improve the situation. So again, I think particularly y'all's two efforts, okay? And for the politicians, let's continue to work together versus against one another in this project.
Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first point is that I am very pleased to see a significant county representative publicly working together with us. Excuse me. I'm very pleased to see a significant county principal here before us in a cooperative spirit, working together with us. As Senator Davis said, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but I think if we had done that a long time ago, we would be much further ahead than we are today. But that's water under the dam. But in terms of the independent consultant, I totally support. I think that's going to add value to the ultimate product. I'd like to have clarity of language as to whom that party reports to.
That would be both. I mean,
okay.
We would both be involved. So town staff and county staff, and then obviously the councils right here.
Okay. So on any language cleanup, please make sure that's there. I like moving to balance on the committee, the 3-3. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know why an alternative was advanced, but that should be removed. The inclusion of LATs makes sense. I think I'm prepared to support the changes that you and Sean have advanced. I think they make sense. We have a better document for that. I think that said, adding the scope is very important, and I can't think of an argument why you wouldn't want to do that. And lastly, in terms of point number 8, the declaration that this is it, I think says this is not going to be, you know, infinitum. There's an end point here. So I'm ready to support the direction that I think, not do I think, but that Senator Davis said much more eloquently than I'm saying, and I think we should ask for some good language to support that.
Thank you. Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for y'all's presentation. First, I want to say that what I did have in my packet may not be the same thing. May not be the same thing. However, what I did have to read was not legible. I wear glasses to read, and I found stronger ones around to read, and there was no chance that I was going to be able to read and to make sense of this. So this is the first time any of us have even had an idea of what's being presented. And for that reason alone, we need some time to review it, analyze it, and make sense of it, and talk to the residents about it. One of the things that you might notice, as I mentioned residents, is that these rooms, both county and here in Hilton Head, are never filled with people who are standing up saying, we want this bridge. In fact, just the opposite, 10,000 thereabouts, people who have said adamantly, take your time, do it right, make sure that what happens, when it happens, is in the best interest of the residents of Hilton Head Island. I understand the frustration of some who may want to see get this done, but as the residents' advocate here, I'm going to stand in the way of that, and I'm going to ask my council members to be reasonable and do the same thing as we look to the end-to-end study, which will inform us about what it is we're actually doing. You heard from Jesse that the NEPA process, without having a sense of what we're actually doing, is meaningless. In fact, may have to be done again. So how does that make sense to anyone that we would proceed without having an idea about what we're doing? Just the Monday when the county council was here on the island, I had an opportunity to speak to a number of the county council members after the meeting. It was difficult for me at that moment because two men that I respect were giving me two different impressions about what's happening with regard to the bridge. We talk about the bridge, and we see 6 lanes, 12 feet each, 4 breakdown lanes, 10 feet each, and a side piece for bike and ped, which is 12, 14, whatever that piece is. But I hear that there's some other options that may be able to take place. And that might very well be true, and I think we need to take a listen to that viewpoint. And that's going to be informed by what happens with the end-to-end study, the scope of work that's included. And I'm going to throw in my personal favorite because it hits 2 different aspects of what's important to the residents on Hilton Head, and that's transportation, that we've long talked about as being part of the solution to the traffic over the bridge coming onto 278, and in fact to our workforce. And we've refused to add that in as a meaningful component, and it is. So that should be included in the scope of work. We should identify how that transportation, some other transportation option on the other side of the bridge, would impact the necessity of 130 thereabouts feet of concrete. I'm told in that conversation by another member that in no uncertain terms, that this is a federal mandate. We must have 11 lanes coming across this bridge, period. Over and over and over again. I said, okay, I buy that. If you're saying it, I believe you. But what I want is I want to see something from the federal government telling me exactly that. You have it, apparently. Give it to me. I asked for that information a week and a half ago now. I've followed up 2 times. I have nothing. So until I get that, the person telling me that we must have an 11-lane bridge has no basis for demanding that of the citizens and the residents of Hilton Head Island, and asking me as a council member who represents you to take action for that. So give it to me. It's a simple request. I ask for information. I want it. I always have, and I will continue to want the information that makes my decisions here the best decisions made for you. So that's that. 100% in this document, such that you've outlined it, and thank you for doing that, and I've followed it, and I've taken notes, but 100% in there is an implicit consent from the town of Hilton Head to the county, not giving it until we get the information, the federal information I asked for, or the information with regard to the end-to-end scope of work. Until that's done, there's nowhere that we can go. The money is safe. The leadership is here on the island. We need to make everyone clear on that. This is our island. We do suffer the impacts of this bridge, and it's important to us that we get it right. So, one other thing. This committee, whether it's 5 or whether it's 6, this committee must represent the citizens. I don't recall a committee in this town ever being put together where we didn't include a citizen representative on it. We have a working committee who has put more effort into this to try to bring it to where it is today, and without them and without the efforts of Senator Davis and without a lot of my hard work, we wouldn't have this discussion here today. I expect this committee to be like every other committee and to have residents who have worked that hard on that committee, that 5-person, 6-person, 7-person committee. I don't care about the number, but I want our citizens sitting there. So, for all of these reasons and many more that I could go on about, but I think I've made my point. This is not the right time for us to be making a decision. I want to see something that isn't all marked up, that I can read clearly, that I can analyze, and that I can digest before there can be any decision made. And it needs to incorporate the things that we've talked about here. And keep in mind, what's good for Hilton Head is good for the county and is good for the state. And so, we stick together and we make sure that this bridge, whatever it is the best it can be for our residents, period.
Glenn?
Thank you. First, I want to say, Jared, thank you for your participation, your open mind in this, and Sean, obviously, we support you in all of your hard work that's gone into this. Senator Davis's input into this has been what has saved this project as I see it. I think that if we were continued having more and more and more and more studies, the SIB would indeed have pulled the money, but no, he's protecting us on that. Now, I remember, I don't know, it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, we had a tax. We had a penny tax that was passed, and the citizens resoundingly approved that that penny tax was going to not a bridge, but a corridor project. So the concept that came to us a couple of weeks ago about bifurcating the project and dividing it in half was not about a corridor. Rather, it was about someone that was trying to build a bridge. I'm not in favor of that at all. This whole project needs to rise and fall as a corridor. Now, the concept of the independent review, we've all bought into that. We all agree about that. I sincerely regret, and I can't explain why, it has taken months and months to get to this point, but it has. And as Senator Davis said, that's water under the bridge now. We need to move forward with this. That being said, I'm not prepared to vote to approve or to deny this agreement tonight. I will be after an opportunity to review the document now that we have this input, and I'll be prepared to do that at the next council meeting. However, the mayor and the town manager may move that forward. I regret the concept, the deletion of the concept that it was a partnership. It should have been a partnership. It should have been treated as a partnership. I understand that the county is the lead applicant for this. I understand that, but that doesn't mean that the town can't be a partner in that. I'm willing to accept the agreement that it be cooperative, the change to that. I am not willing to accept 60% of the members of the committee being from the county and 40% being from the town. It must be 50-50. We have also a scope of work that has been developed, and I believe that that scope of work should be included into this agreement. The submission for approval to the Federal Highway now makes no sense to me whatsoever, because it is likely that the project will change in some way as a result of the independent review. And so as soon as we do that, we have to go back to the federal government and seek another review. This shouldn't be submitted until we have the project finalized. Speaking of finalizing it, I agree with the concept that this agreement and our understanding should be, this is the end of the road. We'll decide up or down based upon the independent review and the analysis that we do of that. Finally, I suggest that we add to paragraph 8, or wherever it's deemed appropriate, this agreement shall not be deemed municipal consent by the town of Hilton Head Island. With those terms in there and with those concepts incorporated in there, I am willing to accept one bridge. I say that hesitantly because I don't want one bridge. I want two bridges. I think it would still be better than what we're going to have. But I understand that the bridges are not within the town limits of Hilton Head Island, so we don't have much jurisdiction over that. And so I'm willing to accept that as a concept. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll say after we've had the opportunity to review this revised agreement, we should draw a line in the dirt, as you have suggested doing many times, that at the next meeting we will approve this agreement or not. Thank you.
Any comments by city? Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Sean. Wait a minute. Okay, now, are there any comments by citizens? Please.
Thank you. Christopher Cliff. I've been a resident since the end of 2000. In the last 5 years, I've spent an incredible amount of time on this project, to the extent that my wife, for 53 years, is beginning to ask whether I'm married to it or her. Now, we all know that in the next 6-7 weeks, I'll be in my 54th year of marriage, and I'll still be here. But 3 of you won't, and maybe 4. Why the haste? In 2015, I believe, one of the town's transport commissions recommended the adoption of adaptive traffic management system. 2015. The council has had plenty of time to improve traffic management on the island, from which we would have gathered much more valuable, informative information for the SCDOT. Okay. If I look at the revised MOU, it didn't help that I had to work out my own underlined comparison. My wife was not very happy about it. I hear tonight that what I've actually spent so long working on is not what you've presented. It's something different the two guys have presented. You'd be absolutely bonkers to be actually accept the MOU. When Mark Orlando arrived, one of the first things he did was rename the project. What's happened? Okay, I'll tell you what's happened. You've gone from August, when you were going to take a leading position on the furtherance of this project, to becoming a vassal. This MOU proposes you do what the county tells you to do. You've abandoned the name, and we've given up any concern that we should be of an equal level. It's farcical. The Joe Passerman personal statement was a literary failure and full of factual errors, and it's bonkers to suggest that South Carolina would jeopardize public safety or the economic dynamic future of Hilton Head Island, and in an election year, McMaster would jeopardize 33% of the electric on Hilton Head Island not supporting them. It's nonsense. You'd be absolutely bonkers to sign this thing off. You're going to reduce yourselves to a vassal. Is it home rule or isn't it? Okay, stake in the ground, no more of this nonsense. I'm fed up of looking at the same thing time and time again. Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Terry Johnson, and I am here on behalf of Tom Cleary, who is has declared candidate for mayor of Hilton Head. On behalf of Tom Cleary, who is a candidate for mayor of Hilton Head Island, I urge the Hilton Head Island Town Council to not sign the MOA with Beaufort County, which would provide HHI municipal consent for the 278 corridor project. My entire career has been about solving problems. Understanding the actual problem is an underappreciated task and a successful problem-solving outcome. My thanks to Senator Tom Davis, who has secured funding for an independent transportation review that will tell islanders the actual problem. I support this as the next step. As mayor, maintaining and improving the quality of life for current islanders while protecting our natural environment is priority number one. Any growth should be via smarter uses of existing infrastructure and island resources, not via the traditional growth approach by adding roads and resorts that fill our island roads to capacity. As a town, exhaustion of smarter solutions takes precedence over new capacity solutions. You are the voice of the constituents. Almost 10,000 have signed to vote no to the MOA petition. Your job is clear. Vote no. Thank you on behalf of Tom Cleary.
Thank you.
I'm going to be very brief. Like Christopher, my wife is also tired of this for about the same period of time. I want to get this thing done as rapidly as possible. And representing the almost 10,000 people on our petition, we want to get this done as rapidly as possible. We've rolled up our sleeves for years, helping write the statement of work, helping review documents, draw maps. We want it done as rapidly as possible, and I agree with Councilwoman Becker's comment. Citizens have to be part of that review committee. We don't want to stop the project. We want it to go as rapidly as possible. We want to understand the impacts. We want to move it along. We don't want to come here with a document that no one has seen and no one can read and expect an MOA this evening, because the version we received in the mail for the town council meeting said municipal consent. It was item 8. County expects our municipal consent. I make one other suggestion. When the revised document is put together by Sean and Jared, before it comes here, send a copy to us. Send a copy to the citizens so we can spot the real problems that will occur before they occur here. It would be really nice if at the next meeting, our 10,000 or almost 10,000 person petition group could vote with you for it. We don't want to fight anymore. We want to move this thing along, but we want to make sure all the I's and T's are crossed. Thank you.
I will be similarly brief. We all saw that marked up document. What struck me more than anything else was the sea of red. The sea of red that crossed out virtually everything that was written in the MOA authored by the town. And one of the ones that I couldn't believe, that particularly jumped out at me was there was a cross out of an entire paragraph. That entire paragraph happened to be the proposal to hire an independent traffic engineering consultant firm. So that tells me what county council is really all about. They don't want the study. We need the study. So when you guys go and Tammy, go over this. Be mindful that we need to retain this, like Tammy said, this is our island. We need to retain an MOA that has as its core the best interests of Hilton Head Island. And I just want to make one more quick point. What we were looking for, we keep talking about the results of the independent traffic engineering consulting study. But I just want to point out that we're not just looking for data, confirmation, whatever. What we're hiring and what we want to get our money's worth from this independent consultant is, as I said before, we want their independent and objective recommendations as to how to best solve what originally was a major factor in this whole quest, and that is how to solve our peak traffic flow problems on Hilton Head. So thank you.
I just want to say that I spent about 5 years organizing a group called CARE, which stood for Citizens Advocating Responsible Education, and did battle week after week, and I use that term loosely, battle, but with the school board, who rarely, if ever, listened to us representing the public. And we were, thousands of people strong. And so, quite frankly, I didn't have much high expectation for this meeting. And I must say that I'm amazed and encouraged by the questions that you raised of the county folks here today, and responsive to the public and to those nearly 10,000 people, including myself, who did sign that petition. So thank you very much.
Hi. My name's Angie Hutchins, and I wanted to thank all of you for advocating for the independent review at this point, particularly Councilwoman Becker, Grace Smith, Diedrich, and of course Steve Baer for really pushing through to represent the island well. I can't understand, though, how, as Councilman Brown so eloquently said, we suffer the losses, we suffer the negative effects if we aren't adequately represented on the advisory committee, and I can't understand why we wouldn't be in the majority in order to have an odd number, since we will bear the brunt of any negative effects of the bridge. Beaufort County will not. We both have some definite positives in there, but if we're going to suffer the negatives, we should have the most representation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Linda Harrington. I live in Indigo, and I have a simple question. Why? Why are we at this point? Why has it taken all these years? And what is the problem with an independent study? It would have been done by now had we done it 3 or 4 years ago. Now we're in a position where costs are rising, interest rates are, everything's rising. And still, the county wants to stymie this. It makes no sense. I appreciate all of the common sense that I've heard from the board, because you cannot make a decision without all the information, and I am firmly convinced you do not have it. Thank you.
It's not just the bridge. It's getting here from I-95, going through Hardyville, Bluffton. It's just approved 500 here, 300 here. It just never ends. You've got one road, one bridge to I-95. So you've got to get here, and you got to go through all that. It just never stops. We got to figure out the root problem, and the root problem is that we've overdeveloped. We've gone too far for the infrastructure that we have. We've just completely almost annihilated and destroyed the very reason we all moved here. We've got to do something. We've never had a master land plan. Mr. Harkins, when I heard him tell me that, I think it was last year that you brought that up, I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. We have gated communities. When they're built out, and it's over. And if you want in the gated community and there's nothing there, you're going to have to pay more money to get in. That's just the way it is. An island is so sensitive. It's so vulnerable. You can't just be everything from everybody and just unlimited. And we got to stop the insanity, and we got to stop the root problem. So it's not just the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you all. Mr. Davis, you make a closing comment? Tom, do you have your hand up, Tom? You can come up, then Mr. Davis can close.
I would like, my name for the record is Thomas C. Barnwell, Jr. I have a question, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 things to say. My first thing is a question. Could I see the hands go up in the air of how many of us in this room today have lived on this island without a bridge at all? Could I see the show of hands? No. I only see one hand up. And I thank all of you for listening. I thank you for your time. Now, my first thing is, I've proven one point. I'm very old. I've been here before the bridge. I'm asking each of you who are part of the decision-making process, who's on council, as well as those who might be in the audience that have something to do with making the decision. Please consider 2 bridges. My reason is, I lived through the experience when the swing bridge was in existence. And the swing bridge was hit by a barge, and it went out. It created major transportation problems for Hilton Head, okay? Considering climate change, whatever it is, and I'll go quick, I'm looking at the clock, 59 seconds. We might have that condition or situation to happen again. The other thing is, I would like for you to please do the study, 44 seconds. And lastly, please don't allow the time to slip away for the money to go away. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, in my private sector life, I'm a mediator. Okay, I do that too. And in mediation, usually involves 2 parties coming together. It's difficult when you have a town and a county because they each have meeting cycles, and so you're constrained by that. And let me just make this observation. I think this is true. And I agree with a lot of the comments that Gray and that Steve and that Deirdre and the others have made. I don't think necessarily the town and the county are far apart at this point, okay? And let me tell you why I think that. One, I think there is a general consensus on this body up here that the scope of work that was put together with the help of the citizen group, with Sean and town staff, should be a part of this memorandum of agreement, incorporating that work product. I think that's a big piece that there's consensus on. I think there's consensus on involvement of the private community involved in this process to continue to engage the citizens group in this process. I think there is substantial agreement that the town will withhold its consent and that the NEPA process and a finding of no significant impact cannot occur until the results of this independent study are done and the data is assessed. I think there's a consensus in that regard. I think there's a consensus in regard to what the definition of an independent contractor is. that it has to be in terms of competence, in terms of prior associations with the DOT. And I recognize that when you see an agreement with a strike and insert with a red line, it looks like the baby's been thrown out with the bathwater. But I'm here to tell you that those 4 substantive points, I think there's general consensus on here. And I do think that we ought to seize the opportunity, and I would encourage you all to seize the opportunity to mark up and amend the agreement that was sent to you by the county, to incorporate those things that I think there's broad consensus on, so that the county is then in a position, when it meets on Monday, to decide what to do in response to that. I think there's going to be a missed opportunity for continuing dialogue if no action is taken tonight and you simply defer. What's the county then going to do? The county is simply then going to go ahead and reaffirm what it's already sent to you, and so we're then another, cycle down the road. Look, the agreement that the county sent over was flawed in all the respects that you guys have talked about. But sitting back there listening, I think there's broad consensus on how to bring it back in line with what you guys voted on and approved 30 days ago, however long ago it was. So I just make those observations because it's so cumbersome a process, and dealing with 2 local governments back and forth, it protracts things. And although I am confident that if there is an agreement that is struck by the town and the county, and I think that there's grounds for an agreement here, that the process can move forward and we can get the data that we need. You guys will be in a position to decide on what to do when that data is in hand. A strong message is sent to the CIB and to the DOT, and to Mr. Barnwell's point, it lets them know that we're in substantial agreement here and that money isn't jeopardized. Because I don't mean to say that if we continue ping-ponging back and forth, that at some point in time that money doesn't become at risk, because it will. What I'm telling you is, based on what's happened so far, it is not at risk, okay? But when you have an opportunity like this, when everybody is engaged and you're hearing from the public and we're hearing from excellent staff and you're in a position to make a decision, let's take some time and make a decision. And go ahead and amend the agreement if you want to, as I agree you should, in all the respects that have been discussed, and give it back to the county, okay? And then let me do my job as a facilitator to appear before county council next Monday and make the arguments as to why they should accept what you send them. But I think we lose precious time without really gaining much in return if no action is taken tonight. And I say that with respect, because I know how frustrating it is, Ms. Becker, to get packet, to sit down and do your homework, to be ready to discuss it, and all of a sudden you find out that there's something completely different. I get that. But I think that the couple hours that we've spent going through this, and with staff excellent laying out, we've identified the areas that need to be changed. We do need to have the scope of work incorporated. We do need to have equal town representation on that oversight committee. We do need to have citizen involvement. We do need to withhold any sort of municipal consents, both in regard to the final consent on the modified preferred alternative, but also in regard to the environmental assessment and the NEPA process, until you have that study done. I think there's an opportunity to go ahead and declaratively say, as Mr. Stanford said, this is it. This is the last set of data we're going to be requesting. We're going to make a decision. That lends some finality to this process without in any way constraining your options. And so I would, that's my observation. You asked me for my observation, Mr. Mayor. That's my observation. I don't think the parties are as far apart here as it may seem simply looking at red line text.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Davis.
Thank you.
Yes, Stu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stu Rodman, County Council, council members, Mr. Town Manager, good to be with you. A couple of comments. I agree with a lot of what was said today. This has been a long, long process that we've gone through. We're all tired. We need to have closure for all the reasons that have been discussed. From my perspective, and I think the county's perspective, we're in total agreement, have been forever, on the adaptive controls. And if they all want to even accelerate a separate IGA, we'd be happy to do that. I think we've always been in favor. I have had no opposition from doing the second independent review that I'm aware of. And so I do believe that that should go forward. There's a couple things I'd love to see included in that. One is, There's been a lot of community concern about whether we have the right growth rate, which drives a lot of the concerns that we have. And I think that's something that needs to be finally addressed, because on one hand, we're looking at tremendous growth numbers. On the other hand, I think we all recognize the island's pretty close to build out. Secondly, with LATS involved, there is a difference between the LATS long-range plan in Stony, which has 2 parallel access roads, and the preferred alternatives on the table. It'll be good to bring closure on those 2 things. Now, I think my concern, and maybe our concern, is the inflationary period that we're in. We've seen since last April, the cost projection for the project has gone up 30 or 40 million bucks. We made some calculations in the past, right or wrong, but it's $5 or $6 million a month for every month that we delay. So I think the one thing that I would say is that we shouldn't hamstring the Secretary of Transportation when we're all in agreement that they could go forward with the environmental assessment, because if we end up delaying that too long, then we're just adding millions and millions of dollars to the cost. Now, we did take it up at Public Facilities yesterday, and we voted with the understanding that there would be probably some very good comments coming out of your meeting tonight, and we're prepared to roll all of those in. Certainly the balance of the 6, and there were several others that were mentioned. I didn't hear any that we really had an exception to. We specifically talked about the fact and understood that this document does not infer municipal consent, and stating those words is absolutely the logical thing to do from a legal standpoint. I do believe that it's important, if you think about the project and the design and everything else, the bridge piece is where the primary cost is, and that's the really long lead pieces. So that piece needs to continue at the same time as the independent review is going on, and they'll come together at the end of the project. So we don't want to delay that portion of it, however we do it. I do believe that what we're all talking about honors what Senator Davis has put forward, and we owe him a great deal of gratitude for what he has accomplished in leading all of this. So what I see from our perspective is that in the next day or so, we will be digesting what you all talked about, folding that into what we're probably going to talk about on Monday, coordinating that with you back through your staff, and hopefully we end up with a high percentage of those things that are resolved. I would even go so far as to say on the independent review, I think it's immaterial to us whether we do it together or whether you all take it on as a town. We're obviously going to cooperate. A lot of the data you couldn't get elsewhere, so data is data, has been said. But I don't think we would object if you all wanted to do that in your own. But I think we are committed to work as closely as we can with you to get this done and do it in a way that we don't increase the cost to the point that the whole thing becomes unaffordable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. My name is Xiaodan Li. Shame on me, this is my first time actually listening to the debates on the corridor project. Seems like, Councilman Rodman, seems like we have 3 things that I hope the county and the town have in common. Number 1 is we care about the safety of the bridge, which is a necessity that we at least repair the damages from Hurricane Matthew. And a second thing I think we agree on is on the traffic. Clearly, we need to solve the traffic issue. And the third thing I think we all agree on is on the environment, the impact and the image when people come to see Hilton Head island. So I think that we at least town and county share those in common. However, I think the only difference, or two differences, the first one is the county's concern. If we do the independent study, whether the money, the state or the federal money is going to be there or not. And the second concern is the cost overrun or potential inflation impacted increase on the money that we're going to put up. Regarding the first one, seems like the easiest way to address whether the money is there or not is through communication. It's communication between town and county, and then with town and county, communication with the state and with their infrastructure bank. If they understand that we all are going to work in good faith to resolve this issue, and with the support of Senator Davis, I assume that if we get a timetable to say we have within maybe 10 or 11 months, we're going to resolve that, I think that the state and the federal money should be there. I don't see why we can't just have a phone call, a Zoom call, or whatever, go up to Columbia to have all parties sit together to resolve the issue whether the money is there or not. The second one, that's where I have a question for the county council, is if we don't have the end-to-end study, understanding what is necessary to cure the problems that we're concerned with, safety, traffic, how do we know how much money we're going to incur and what's the inflation impact is going to be? So that is my biggest question. If the project only requires 4-lane, maybe we don't need another $100 or $45 million. So that's why I just want to raise that question to the county council members. Thank you.
I apologize for double dipping, but some of my comments I want to amend based on what I heard from Mr. Rodman, and I appreciate them. If in fact county council has been listening to the comments here, and they're going to be in a position to address them on Monday, then I'll revise my earlier comments, because I thought that this simply was going to be them passing on Monday the thing they already sent to you and no progress is being made. If in fact there's some progress here, if in fact the council is going to go back, and I take Mr. Robin at his word, and will incorporate a lot of the things that have been said here tonight, maybe the better course is then to get those comments and then a clean copy before you hear. My observation simply was, I don't think the parties are that far apart. I think there's a lot of agreement here, and I wanted to emphasize that, but that's what I'm seeing from my standpoint. I think that there is an opportunity here in the very near future to come together and get this thing signed. So based on what Mr. Rodman has said, council is prepared to do on Monday night, the better course perhaps may be to then react to then what that clean product is to you at some point in time. Thank you.
You want to say something, Sean? Colin, you want to say something? You stood up this way. Okay.
Could I ask Senator Davis a question?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Davis, if I may, are you suggesting that we memorialize tonight the additions or deletions and send those to to county council in advance of Monday so they can deliberate?
I think that might be a good middle ground, Mr. Harkins. And instead of taking a vote tonight on a final work product that you're going to sign, and I don't know what the mechanism would be, Mr. Orlando, but adopting a sense of the council as to how that agreement would have to be amended in order for it to be favorably considered by this council. I think we've identified those 4 or 5 areas. And so maybe that's the half step to do here, is to go ahead and pass, and I'll just kind of repeat them for the sake, just so, make sure everybody's saying the same thing. One would be the memorandum of agreement has to have the scope of work incorporated into the body of it. Second of all, there would need to be equal representation by the town and the council in regard to the selection committee on independent contractor, which is a defined term in the agreement. There needs to be a new paragraph 8 that declaratively says the town is not giving municipal consent. Moreover, it is expressly withholding municipal consent until such time as it has had the chance to get the data from this independent contractor and to assess that data and make an informed decision. And I think that, frankly, and I realize this may give the county some heartburn, but I think that paragraph 8 declarative statement needs to also address the environmental assessment and the NEPA process, because I do think the information you get from that independent consultant may inform your decision in that regard as well. And then lastly, I will say there's got to be some involvement by the citizen committee going forward throughout the process. I think that's critical to ownership of this project, and I think it's critical to retain the public trust. And so I think that those things provides enough guidance to Mr. McKellen and Mr. Rodman to take back to their colleagues and to have them take it up on Monday, and then to have a clean document before you guys when you come back at your next meeting. I mean, I guess those would be my comments based on what I heard Mr. Rodman say.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I, for one, am very comfortable memorializing your comments. Determine if we have consensus at a minimum majority here, hopefully at a minimum 4 votes, hopefully a full vote, and send that to County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We haven't seen a document.
Yeah, I think just to jump in here, there won't be, what our understanding is, there would not be a document. There would be a recitation of things that the town would have to have included at a minimum in order for it to be a favorable consideration by this council. Because I think in that regard, in regard to those 4 or 5 areas that I outlined, there is some consensus as to how this document presented to you is deficient and how it could be addressed. So I'm a facilitator here at best. I mean, but I wouldn't envision a document being approved by this council. It will be more along the lines of, these are some critical points that would need to be included by the county in order for it to receive a favorable consideration.
Alex.
Yeah, I think that there's one important component that's missing here, and that's a timeline associated with the agreement. And if it's going to require county council and town council to meet a bit more regularly to get there, I think we need to do that, okay? I respect what Senator Davis is saying as far as sending points back to county council, let them digest and then send back to us. But in order for us to really have concrete as to what this council agrees to and what county council agrees to, I think there needs to be a timeline associated. And again, if we have to have more meetings to get there, then let's do that. Unless if we don't do that, we're going to continue to bounce back and forth, okay? I know that there's some angst here on this dais tonight about sending anything without being able to review it and process it. So that timeline, I think, is critical to the discussion moving forward. Without that, I'm not sure that we can really get to the place that we're trying to get to.
Yes, Risa.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. One other point that I'd like to make that no one has addressed tonight is how we are going to analyze the results of this independent review. Who's going to be responsible for that? We've talked about the selection committee, but when that data comes back from that engineering firm, what do we do with it? So I think there needs to be some general agreement as to how the county and the town's representatives, whoever they are, perhaps including residents, will be engaged to interpret that and figure out how that impacts the project.
That's a good point, but people should understand the independent review cannot be part of our decision. It could be part of the information, but that won't come back from 6 to 9 months. We will make this decision soon so we can move ahead. We won't wait for that decision to come, that report to come back.
But I believe it's important for both the county and the town to agree on a process.
I understand that.
And I will also point out that the previous Citizen Independent Review Committee for the last independent review has never been disbanded, and I believe that most of us might be willing to continue to help. Thank you.
One more comment on this, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, well, first of all, thank you, Senator Davis. Oh,
What do you mean,
talking
no?
about-
Yeah.
No. It's late, sorry. No came out, not sure why. Thank you, Mayor. Senator Davis, thank you for your negotiation skills. I think that you have brought some clarity to this. What I would say is that since we don't have a document that we could review and agree to tonight, that we take the items that Senator Davis has outlined. I think he hit all of my points, other than the transportation, which I will continue to say I think is an important piece of this issue, as well as our housing issue. And we have a consensus, if nothing else, to deliver back to County Council for their consideration, so that they know that this board here has these items as outlined very well by Senator Davis, is where we're at, and the ball's in their court.
Thank you. So we can move along. I'll end it up, Sean, okay? I don't think we're ready for a vote tonight. I will ask the town manager to have all our comments that Jared and Sean did to be back at the county by Friday morning. All our comments to be incorporated back by Friday morning for their meeting on Monday night. I will then call a special meeting either next week or the following week to vote on this up or down when we get the county's comments back. So that's what we'll do. We'll move on to the next item, new business. Consideration and resolution by the town of Hilton Head approving the scope of work for beach parking management services. Jeff, you got a couple words, brief words? No words. Okay. Any discussion by members of the council?
Yeah, just one thing, Mr. Mayor. We heard this item at committee, and I voted in favor of it because I wanted to have this discussion as a full body. I understand the sense of urgency to put together this beach parking plan, and I commend staff for finding a very qualified vendor to help us out with this. I'm still somewhat struggling, however, with this exercise competing with our public transportation initiative on island. You would argue that if you're charging folks to park, that would encourage them to find something free. And right now, our free option is a limited service of a trolley, or free parking elsewhere. And elsewhere could be described as many different things. Shopping centers, people's yards, and so on. So I did not hear from the vendor the long-term plan to make sure that the two initiatives are not competing. Because once you start to get folks to do something besides park, then I'm concerned about this company's seeing this opportunity as viable, okay? So the two are still competing in my mind, and I'm having trouble wrapping around the long-term initiative, and particularly the whole soft opening or soft approach that's supposed to happen next spring is not well defined. So I guess I need a little bit more comfort from staff that we're going to be able to unpeel that later once we go through this process.
Any members, Glenn?
Alex, I appreciate your comments, and I understand where you come from, but it's my understanding that what we're doing here tonight is approving the appointment of this consultant to take over our parking program. This consultant is nationally recognized and specializes in nothing but municipal parking, with a lot of it being in resort communities. So given their expertise, I support this resolution, and I think we should go ahead and appoint this consultant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments by member of the council? Tammy?
Yeah, I just want to clear up two of my concerns, which I spoke to Josh earlier about, and just so everyone knows the confirmation that I got, I had a concern with regard to the presentation that was made and how it would impact the way we've come to manage the parking, the resident parking at the Islanders Beach parking lot. And it was clear to me that I made it clear that day, and it was clear to me today when I spoke, and I'm just looking for confirmation once again for everyone, that the way we do Islanders Beach parking currently for the residents will not change. That is a good program that we've put in place. The residents have been happy with it. We've worked really hard on it, and that there will be no changes to that. And Josh gave me that confirmation today. So that's one thing that I want in the record. And then secondly, I had a concern with regard to personal data collection and maintenance of that. As the program was described, it would record all sorts of information and positioning, movement around the island of cars. And I asked that we do not have any association with any data collection of names, driver's license, plates, numbers, or any of that sort of thing. And he assured me today that the town of Hilton Head will have no data collection held here on the island, but data would be collected in terms of how many people are parking in this area versus that area, and at what times of day, so that we could see a pattern and collect the data to help us with making future assessments on needs for the island. So with those two caveats and my comfort level with the information that I was given, I'm okay with moving forward.
Okay. Nothing.
Call the.
Yes. You have a comment?
We haven't made a motion, so I would move for approval.
Second.
Okay, are there any comments by members of the community? Okay. What? What'd you say?
I have a question.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Just a quick question is, we as residents go through a process to get a sticker for our cars that say that we live on the island. Will our parking ability be affected by this plan? Will we still be able to go to the same places as residents and park for free? That's
Yes.
all.
Okay.
I can answer. No, it won't change. Yes, you can.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, Christian, call the roll.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Excuse me, Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you. 10B, consider resolution of the town of Hilton Head authorizing the implementation of Gullah history and cultural education for town employees and officials.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by members of the council.
It's a second reading, is it not? First reading?
This first reading, second reading?
It's first.
Make sure this is on. It's on. Yeah, this is the first reading, and it's a resolution, so you
Sorry.
only need one.
And now,
You only need one
while
vote.
we're doing that, Mac.
This is a resolution, only one reading.
Yeah. Mac, I asked you a question. We can't have any resolution or anything mandating elected officials to take education. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
For the resolution?
Yes.
That's not a fair question for him. You
Okay.
guys need to talk about that.
Okay, we need,
Executive session
Not a fair question for him.
for legal advice on the legality.
well, let's talk about it in the open. Why?
This is a program for town employees and officials
Yes.
Yeah,
only.
right. But I can't tell Tom Lennox as an elected official to participate in this program.
Okay.
I'm just making that note so we know.
Well, it also includes providing educational programming for school children. which we have no authority over the Beaufort County School District.
No, it doesn't say that. It says here, town employees and
Gross.
officials. It doesn't say anything about educational schools or anything. John?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to provide some clarification. The recommendation in the memo includes the recommendation that came out of the Gullah Geechee Cultural Task Force report, which included that there should be a program to educate officials, employees, area school teachers. What went through and it was recommended by the Gullah Geechee Task Force Committee was a program for town employees and officials. It did not apply to area school teachers, and that's out of our span of control. So, but it was descriptive of town employees and officials. That's a recommendation that came out from the task force. That's a recommendation, and at the title of the resolution that was adopted by or recommended by the committee, and is before you tonight. So if you look at the very first line on the resolution, title of the resolution, it is for town employees and officials. And I know there's been some discussion on whether or not we can mandate that elected officials participate in that, but that's the program that was recommended 4-0 from committee, CSPSE committee.
Do I have a motion?
I've made a motion.
Excuse me, Mayor McCann, point of order. In order to amend the resolution, we would have to have an amendment to the initial
No, we're not
motion.
amending anything. We're
Okay.
not amending anything. I just asked Mac a question in general. We're not amending anything. Now I need a motion in a second.
I have made a motion to approve.
And I made a second to that motion.
Okay, I'm just catching up.
May I just read what I was referring to? Okay. So under the document, it says, for town employees and officials, that's correct. But it also says, establish a program to educate town officials, area school teachers, and others on Gullah culture so that they can better understand the culture and more effective. So I'm just confused by the wording. We don't control the school system. That's my point here. If there's another document, then I don't have it.
So the action that went before, well, the action that came out of the Gullah Geechee Task Force was action on CP7. It's a recommendation to create exactly what's listed here with the addition of area school teachers. You're absolutely right. The recommendation should have clarified, the recommendation in the memo should have clarified it didn't include area school teachers. However, the resolution that was adopted by was recommended by the committee to town council, which is before you tonight, clearly identified at the top that it was for town officials and employees. And the third whereas clause says the same thing, town officials and employees. There's no reference to area school teachers and that which is the authorizing documentation that's before you tonight. So if you pass the resolution, it's for town officials and employees. Again, no, I don't want to, the recommendation was.
I'm confused. No, I'm just confused because this is what it says here, and this is where the signatures go on the back.
This is what we're voting on, is what's here. What I read is authorizing implementation of Gullah history and cultural education to town employees and officials, nothing else.
Is this the document that you would be signing, though?
No.
We have it right up on the screen.
I know, I'm just asking, because this is what's in my packet, so I'm just going by what's given to me to read, digest, and try to understand.
Yeah, in that program, there's a sequence to say, here's where this recommendation originated. At the beginning of the document, it was from the Gullah Geechee Cultural Report, and that was a recommendation. It did include school teachers. As you go through the body of work in the program, it's clear that it only applies to town employees and officials. There's no mention about the program for area school teachers or area schools. And again, that was discussed at the Gullah Geechee Task Force on several occasions that we don't have a span of control there.
Do we all understand what we're voting on? We're voting on employees and public officials. Nothing else, no matter what documents we have, that's what we're voting on.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments from the public? With that, Krista, call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Prior to continuing, was there an opportunity for the public input? Did we ask?
Mr. Mayor, if I may speak to that, in the agenda package that was posted online included the resolution that is currently showing on the screen, which shows that it is just for public officials and staff or town employees.
That's not what I was asking, though. What I was asking was there public comment?
I did. Yes.
Okay, you did. All right.
He did.
Okay. So if I was being called on, I'm going to abstain.
Just vote yes or no.
John, I can't,
Do what you want.
Mr. Mayor. No, Mr.
Next
Mayor.
call. No, next call.
This is the paper that I have.
I'm reading you what we're voting
I
on.
understand, but
Go, keep the call.
Mrs. Becker, you abstained, Mrs. Becker,
Correct.
thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now. We'll be back at 6:30. Okay. Item 11C on the agenda, consideration and resolution of the Town of Hilton Head Island approving the Community Development Block Grant annual performance evaluation report. Move for approval.
Second.
Marcy, I'm sorry, Marcy, you stood up and I didn't.
Good evening. For the record, Marcy Benson, Senior Grants Administrator for the town. And before you today is the 2021 CAPER. Stands for Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. This is a progress report that is done for the Community Development Block Grant Program. HUD required the 2021 one-year action plan, and that was approved in August of 2021. And in order to meet HUD requirements, a CAPER must be prepared each year of program participation. And public input is required for the CAPER process. The CAPER describes activities that have been implemented and accomplishments related to the goals and objectives that were identified in the 2020 through 2024 5-year consolidated plan and the 2021 annual action plan. The CAPER was released to the public on August 8th for a 15-day public comment period, and a public meeting to solicit public input was held on August 15th. No members of the public attended the meeting, and at the close of the 15-day public comment period on August 23rd, no public comments were received, and a summary reflecting that information is included in the CAPER. By approving the CAPER tonight, you will meet the requirements to report the information to HUD, and it must be submitted on or before September 28th. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Marcy? Nothing? Thank you very much. Okay, consideration of resolution of the Town of Hilton Head Island authorizing.
Excuse me, sir, we have to take action on that. And solicit public comment, please.
Sorry? Yeah, I made a motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Good.
Yeah.
Any public comment? Any comment by the members of the council? Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consideration of resolution of the Town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with participation in the Beaufort Jasper County Regional Housing Trust.
Move for approval.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Yes, sir. I've had concerns about the Regional Housing Trust because there are no provisions in there that would ever require a contribution be made to the town of Hilton Head Island for housing. It was suggested at one point that once you had gone around the circle of various municipalities and participants in the trust, none of them could get a second contribution of funds until all had received a contribution of funds. Since then, I raised some issues about where our workers are coming from. And based upon the input from our workforce housing consultant, a little more than 60% of the workers on this island come from off island. They need to have a place to live so I can support this program. Thank you.
I think you heard Senator Davis talk about regionalism in his comments this evening. As you recall, Soloco was instrumental in reversing the trend in the state legislation as it pertained to business licensing, being on net income instead of gross. Soloco mobilized all municipalities throughout the state, and that legislation, that bill was changed to read gross income and not net income. So it works. And I think for all the reasons that Tom talked about as it pertains to regionalism and his 1% green space sales tax, being able to take those funds generated locally into other counties and invest for our benefit, this is the same. We're talking about investing in the low country, whether it's Hilton Head Island or on the mainland. We benefit because our workers are living there and coming to the island. So I agree, Glenn, I will support this as well.
I think that's, I'm totally in support of that. That said, I believe this is one step, but others to follow. I believe we should have an initiative here on Hilton Head for Hilton Head.
Sure.
And we've talked about various means to do that. There's some creative ones being advanced by Senator Davis, and he was asking us today to format a resolution that would put some wind behind his sail as he travels to Columbia. We've heard about the opportunity that we can initiate on our own a 1% tax on the community, something we should think about. And maybe long-term, the opportunity of, again, working with Senator Davis and other communities throughout the state to take a significant large step, maybe very difficult, to work on a change in hospitality tax rules of play. But the combination of those monetized will give us a significant multiple to go into the bond market.
Any other comments? Would you like someone to say anything?
I have a question. The county's not here. Where's Sean? Did Sean run away? Oh, I thought you ran away.
Colin.
Sean, as you worked with the county on this, I know that at certain points, and I know this came out of committee as well, with a 3-to-1 vote, would the county prioritize our funds for our initial projects as a priority, right? I know we talked about that. I know that Mr. Greenway was involved with those discussions. It came out of committee. I don't want to throw a curveball at this. I know that there's just been some concern or some questions on the town's $1 million over time.
Yes, sir. The way the points of the agreement are written, projects serving 60% AMI are given a priority. And then the other projects will be judged on merits and funding for locations throughout the year. The 9-member committee would have 1 member from each of the jurisdictions that participate, and then that group would add another into the mix. That board would make an evaluation of the project and determine where to award the projects based on funding availability. So I don't know if that answers your question directly, Mr. Manager, but the trust would control where projects are located. I think town council could request that consideration for projects on Hilton Island. Make sure that there's a regular cycle or equitable share. I don't know what that means exactly, but having that provision to say, I think we look at labor shed, and so labor shed is beyond just Hilton Head Island, but from a product and transportation across the bridge, it would make sense if there are projects that result on Hilton Head, that's all.
Mark, I think it's obvious that the Housing Trust Fund will be used to make projects work economically, not to fund in total any projects. So when the economics are done with land costing $50,000 an acre versus land costing $250,000 an acre, it's either going to require more of a contribution from the trust fund or it will require that the project be built with a lower cost land. So I think we have to be real as it pertains to expecting to get projects being built on the island. because the economics probably won't work, and that board will be conflicted in justifying a project being built on Hilton Head Island that has a much, much lower return, if any, as compared to on the mainland.
Well, it also might be that this layers financing within a project, so it could layer some money onto Hilton Head to be a part of a package.
To make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Ames is making a very good comment that if a third of a project here was in that 60% AMI, then why couldn't we get credit for that?
Yeah.
I think that's really good thinking.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Give him the guy a compliment.
Give him a compliment, okay. That's a compliment, David, okay. Are there any comments from members of the community? Okay, Krista, call the roll.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Okay, first reading of proposed ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 1 of Title 17 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island to coincide with the county's ordinance on animal control.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion by members of the council. David?
Well, we did get some emails on this one, and I think we satisfied the public, but this ordinance is not going to restrict people's ability to walk on the beach with their pet. Is that correct?
It's my understanding today that it will repeal it and then replace it with the same ordinance that we have. Is that correct? Yes.
So we're repealing our ordinance and we're replacing it,
With a similar type to our original ordinance.
and it has the caveat that and it includes that animals are able
That's correct.
during the okay.
Okay.
Just making sure that it's on the record.
Any comments by member of the community? Okay.
Yeah, I got something, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm just curious to know, part of this new county ordinance speaks to, I guess, livestock and evacuation environments. And I understand, I didn't sit on that committee, it came through community services, but I understood that there was assistance through the county or the region somewhere for the transportation of such animals. And I'm just wanting to make sure that that is going to be communicated to the community of those that have livestock that could be threatened by this new ordinance if we had to evacuate. Is there a communications plan that goes along with this?
We'll put one together. We'll make sure. We'll make sure that that's baked into our emergency management external communications plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Christian, a roll?
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Okay, reading of proposed ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the granting an easement of the town-owned property to the Broad Creek Public Service District for storage and recovery facilities in Palmetto Dunes.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any questions by members of the council? Any questions by members of the community? Alex? Oh, thank you, I appreciate it, sir.
I just want to make
Yes, ma'am.
a comment. So I checked with the folks over in Palmetto Dunes, and they told me that they had no problem with this, so I'll support it.
Christian, anything for the community? Christian, call?
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Good. Mr. Orlando, do we need an executive session?
Yes, Mayor, representative language on your town council agenda. Item A, legal advice on Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corp., receipt of legal advice on items B, I through 4 as shown on the agenda, discussion and update regarding North Point Public-Private Partnership contractual arrangements, and then we moved item 10E from open session, which is consideration of a resolution authorizing the intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County on a land swap between Barker Field, Old Schoolhouse Road, and property near the Cross Island Boat Landing, pertaining to legal advice on contractual matters, and then also discussion of personnel matters related to the town attorney contract, all in pursuant to FOIA per the agenda.
Motion?
Move we go into executive session for the reasons set forth by the town manager.
All in favor, raise their right hand. Okay, we are now going to executive session. Thank you.
three motions to share. One, I move that the draft bylaws of the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation be amended as follows. 1, Section 4.1A, hiring of an executive director who shall be an employee of the town. Section 2, 4.2, the board of the corporation shall consist of a minimum of 5 voting directors and a maximum of 9 voting directors, known as the voting directors. All other provisions shall remain as currently presented in the draft bylaws provided to Town Council for September 20, 2022 Town Council meeting.
Second.
Any questions by member of the council? I guess any members, member of the community. Good. Krista?
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
If I may, I move to approve the resolution of the Town Council of Hilton Head Island approving the bylaws for the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation as amended, in approving the articles of incorporation for the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation.
Second.
Any questions by members of the council? By the community? Christian, the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
I abstain. No, I'm only kidding. Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
And finally, I move to approve the resolution authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County for the exchange of real property identified as Barker Field, the old schoolhouse property, the Cross Island Boat Landing, and a 1-acre parcel located on Jenkins Road.
Second.
Any discussion by members of the council? By the community? Christian, the call?
Mr. Brown?
Wasn't you.
Support.
Mr. Harkins?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mr. Lennox?
Yes.
Mrs. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mayor McCann?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Move for adjournment.
Second? All in favor? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.